And we're live. What's going on, everybody? Good to see y'all. Guess we're all going to start trickling in. I guess Clint already got here and posted his message before we went live. Yeah. Sorry about Saturday. I wasn't feeling very well. Not feeling the best right now, but better get on here and do a show. Appreciate y'all. Let's see. Let me copy this link. Feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know. Feel I'm forgetting. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Appreciate you, Clint, sending out the message this past Saturday. Yeah, I wasn't feeling good. I had a birthday. It was up late Friday and all day Saturday, and I was run down, man. I was feeling horrible. There wasn't no way I was going to be able to do it, so had to call her off. I don't do that often, but man, I feel horrible. Felt horrible about not being able to do the show, but just felt really bad. There was no way I was going to be able to do it. Didn't have it in me. So there goes the notifications for YouTube. I did get a YouTube message when I started the stream that YouTube is having some issues with their API today. So hopefully everything is doing all right. I'm sure you YouTubers will let me know if there's an issue. Hopefully not. Let me get these links out. And then we'll get started. I will say, what's going on, Cave Daddy? Good to see you, brother. What's going on, Patty? Awesome. Starting to not suck. That's good, man. That's the way I started. I started out pretty rough as well, man. My first few runs were scorched and they weren't good. So I started out pretty crappy, and it got better after that. What's going on, Justin? Good to see you, man. How's it going down there in the Lone Star? What's going on, Mr. Chris? Pollen. What's going on, JK? Used to have a buddy we called JK, old Jerry Keith. What's going on, Stephen? All right, let me get these links out and then we can get started up in here. Let's see if they're going to work for me right now. I'm going to have to still do the old trick. But I figured out a way around it. I'm not quite sure. I did not have time to try to correct it. I've done something, to make it post. Because when I want to post it, it immediately goes to bold. And that's not the way it looked before. So I've done something. I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out though. But for now, I can post. I can get it posted the proper way with the actual video showing. So that's the most important part. Is when people see the link was a dead link before. You would have to actually literally copy and paste it, right click and open it. You couldn't just click on it, which was strange. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not feeling good. Which was pretty strange to have to do it that way. So something was definitely not right. But we will get it figured out. But at least now I know how to a little work around it. But we'll get it figured out. Hope everybody's having a good week. Starting to warm up a little bit, which is good news. Means we'll start being able to do some mashes without having to worry about temperature and a lot of stuck fermentations. Now is about the time we, especially down south, we start getting fewer questions about why did my fermentation get stuck? And I say, it's almost always temperature. It's not stuck. It's just either slowed down tremendously or it's dormant, right? And it'll go dormant. The yeast will go dormant on you when it gets kind of cool, or it just slows way down, and that's also very common. And actually, for brandies, it's actually a good thing, because you want a good slow, long fermentation with your fruit. You don't want real fast grains, and sugar washes. It's not as critical, and meads, it's not as critical, but meads tend to be a little bit slower. Honey's a little slower to ferment, and fruit, fructose is a little slower to ferment than glucose or sucrose, for that matter. But slower doesn't mean anything bad. It's just going to take a little longer. Yeah, I've done something that has changed the way I post. But I like it now. It's working. And that's the most important thing, is working. We'll see how many they're going to let me share. Hopefully I'll be able to get them all done. See, some people posting a show. I'll have to watch that. I wish somebody would post links to the moonshiners every. If somebody does, don't post it here, but let me know, because I enjoy watching the show. I just don't get that channel anymore. Let me check something out on a few of these pages. All right, yeah, that's a good page. Some of these pages need to check and see. A lot of these pages are created by people overseas and other areas. We got like a hillbilly and mountain folk page, and it's, I noticed a lot of my friends, in it and stuff, and I'm like, they start posting some odd off-topic stuff, and I'm like, what in the world are they posting this stuff for? This doesn't have anything to do with hillbillies and not my friends, but the mods and admins and stuff from the page. So I'm like, what in the world? So I did a little research, and some of the mods and admins are from like Indonesia or Bangladesh and all these other countries. I'm like, what and it's just a page that they create to get a bunch of people on, and they start posting a bunch of odd stuff on there, and it's like, what in the world? So you need to make sure that it's a good, legitimate page that you follow. And I noticed a lot of them, they're not really, and there are a lot of off-topic stuff. So if you're watching us from one of those pages, definitely join the militia or the DIY Shine and Steel Building page or something and start asking you questions there, because they tagged on, and sure enough, as soon as I say it, Boom. So that's probably that's probably a message. I probably shouldn't say anything, but yeah, definitely some odd stuff being posted, and you see it on some of these channels. You see a channel on Facebook, it's about hunting, and all of a sudden you see all kinds of really off topic stuff on there. It's just crazy. All right, let me get back to saying howdy to everybody. I think I left off with Steven. What's going on, Mr. Victor Mandela? How are you? How's it going? That's Toby's dad, for those that don't know Victor. How's it going, Mr. May from Ashland, Ohio? Well, family in Ashland, Kentucky. Welcome to the show. Glad you're here, brother. What's going on, Gary? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, pollen's bad. I've got allergies, and that's just one of my issues. I've got IBS. Every time I eat, I get sick. Just about every time I eat. And I guess Saturday it was just really bad. And I was run down. I had about 2 hours sleep in 2 days, and I was run down. I couldn't sleep. I felt bad, and had just eaten big, birthday meal after drinking heavily the day before, and everything just kind of, yeah, this was a bad day for me, man. I felt so bad I couldn't even get on and say I wasn't coming on. I sent Clint a message. I said, not today, man. It's just 3 days. Awesome. That's great, brother. What's going on, Saul? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. I'm sorry for those that spoke before I had a chance. When I share links, I can't see the chat and the page I'm on right now because I've got another page in front of me. So I apologize for those that are just starting. Those who've been here a while, they know the drill. But for those just starting out, sorry I wasn't able to acknowledge you right off the bat. But I got to share these links out, and again at 9, I'll have to try to share them again. So somebody remind me at 9:15 to share the rest of the links, and we'll get those out there as well. But for the new people, we're here. Yeah, I'm feeling better, Wayne. I appreciate you, brother. Definitely. The plum trees, and I've seen these ads for the cherry trees as well. These big, huge ping pong ball sized cherries. And I did some research, and they won't ship them to every state. And they won't ship them to my state because I was going to get one of them and just see if it was real or not. I think there was like $49, and that's pretty pricey. But for a tree, it's not too bad once you price them at Stark Brothers and some other places like that. And so, but they won't allow you to sell them to certain states because they don't grow well in all climates. And then what happens was if they're not really a good grower in your climate, uh, they can create diseases and stuff because they can't acclimate, and aren't growing well. And when they start creating disease and getting diseases because they're not acclimating well, it can transfer to other cherry trees that are indigenous. And maybe it's a issue with transferring pollens and stuff, and they don't want that to get into the local. But that's one reason why you can't really just go to other countries and bring back plants and seeds and stuff like that and grow them. I never realized how strict they were until I traveled overseas and came back, and they're like, there's a big long list of you didn't bring any of this, or this back, and you have to look at the checklist. It's like, no, I didn't. But if you bring one back, they'll check it out, and 9 times out of 10, they'll confiscate it because they don't want it to mess with things. So now I've not seen the plum trees, but I have seen the cherry trees, and they looked really good. You know, it's a small cherry tree, it's a dwarf, and they had some big ass cherries on them, and everybody's talking about how good they were, and they look. I think it's a legitimate tree. I think it's been selectively bred in the Asia somewhere, China maybe, but it looked good. I'd love to have one if they grew well here, but I don't think it was very hard in our area. No, we can't hear you, but we can read your chat. So if you can see your chat on the screen down here, I am going to try. I got a camera. It was a real cheap one off Amazon, and I was going to kind of create a double screen to where the chat would show a little bit more than what it does here. But that thing had so much noise in the background, it looked very. It was very. So I'm going to send it back and exchange it for another one of these Logitechs. This Logitech I've got here that I'm using right now, it's a 720p. It's not 1080. That new one's 1080, but it had so much noise, like in these dark areas that you see, on my screen, like where this is at this ceiling speaker in the ceiling right there. You know, on that new one, it had like red lines moving. It had a lot of what we call noise, and it just wasn't a good quality camera. But this camera I'm using right now is from like 2010 or 11. So it's like 20, what, 15 years old and better than this new one, and you can get that. I don't even know if you can find the same one that I got there, but I'm going to get another Logitech because that seems to be a pretty good quality. Especially, I would hope a new one's going to be better than a 15-year-old one. But so we're going to get those swapped out, and I need to check the settings here, make sure. Yeah, okay, good deal. So I've toyed with it, and I was going to use it, and I had it set up, and it kind of works-ish, but yeah, it was just so distracting and looked so bad. Yeah, we just didn't. How's it going, JK? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, an old buddy named Jerry Keith. We used to call him JK. What's going on, Brian? Good to see you. Yeah, now for the new people, we're all here. We kind of hang out, we chat, we talk about, if we got some wine or beer or mash going, what we got going on. And we're here for questions. So if any of you have any questions about getting started, what should you do first? It's a great show for first timers, especially, try to help people get started and, improve, those that have already gotten started to improve on things. Cause it can be daunting at first, especially in the colder weather. When you start out in colder weather, it can start out slow. Like I was talking about earlier, yeast kind of get dormant. They slow down tremendously in cooler weather. Some of the yeast that you use kind of prefers warmer temperatures. Some don't, but some do. Other questions that we can answer for you, which ones do and don't. But some kind of prefer, a little warmer temperatures. And when it gets cold like this and anything, below the 70s, kind of tends to slow them down tremendously. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's to be expected. So if you're reading somewhere and it says, "Oh, this should work off in 4 or 5, 7 days," and it's 2 weeks and it's still working, it's most likely pH or temperature. That's generally the two causes, but there are a lot of other causes. It depends on what you're fermenting. So there's many, many other causes, and that's one of the reasons that it's a little daunting for beginners as well, figuring out where you went wrong, what's going wrong, why is it not doing it. And it's like earlier this week, I was posting in one of the groups, somebody had a fairly large mash going. It was their first mash, and it was stalled. and they were afraid it had some bacteria. And it's a genuine concern. For a first timer. You're basically, you have a controlled rot going on in a fermentation vessel, and sometimes you get some calm yeast on the top that looks kind of wild, or some lactobacillus bacteria on the top that look kind of wild, and it starts looking bad, and you're like, oh man, I've messed up, I've done something bad. This is no, that don't look good, and it doesn't look good, but it's expected, and it's nothing necessarily bad. Lacto early can be bad, but not poison you, kill you, bad kind of bad. It just slows things down and can consume some of the alcohol and mess things up a bit. So we're here to help answer questions, and especially for beginners and people just getting started. So awesome. Southern Heritage Beard Company, LLC. Give you a shout out, man. Awesome. Do you have anything that can help grow a beard out long, man? I need some. Mine needs a little help. It's a little short. I need something to help my beard grow. What's going on, brother? Curtis in the house. Chat keeps disappearing. Is it for you? Awesome. Well, you came to the right place, JK. What's going on, Raymond? Well, Raymond, have you asked a question yet? Because I've been scrolling through here, and this is the first thing that I've seen. So if you'd like to ask a question, that's fine, man. We'd love to be able to answer it. I'm scrolling back here, and I don't know if it disappeared on you or what, but they were saying that there were some issues with some YouTube. When I did log on earlier, I mentioned that there were some issues with YouTube. If it's disappearing, I do apologize, but I do see your chat there. I'm a few minutes behind, but Clint's usually not behind. But if we can see your question, we'll definitely field it and we'll answer it. We're not ignoring anybody here. We don't. Uh, but we'd love to be able to help you if we can, Raymond. So ask your questions, brother. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I see down here you got one in here. All right. We didn't see your question, brother. This right here is the first thing that we've seen that you've posted. Now, if you look on the screen right here, um, if you right here on this screen right next to me, you'll see what chat scrolls by, and as it scrolls, we'll field it as we see it. Now I'm a little bit behind, but Clint will jump on it and answer them and acknowledge you and answer your question. But if we do have somebody else's question ahead of yours, just be patient and we'll get to your questions, brother, as long as we can see them on there. But yeah, we're not overlooking anybody. We don't do that here, unless you're coming in and say trolling or saying some crazy stuff, and then we get rid of them. But no, we take each question as we get to them, brother. So ask all the questions you got, my friend. What's going on, Justin? Good to see you, brother. There's JJ in the house. What's up, brother? Raymond, I've not seen you ask the first question, brother. So instead of typing and whining, would you please just ask the goddamn question? All right. Jesus Christ, son. Quit whining and ask. You just come in and complain like that. I'm just gonna boot you. But I don't know that you asked a question. I'm seeing you complain in all three times, but I've not seen you ask the first question. And I usually don't get pissed off, but man, you mentioned it three times now, And each time we've addressed it. So if you got a question, ask it. If you're just coming in to whine, I'm going to boot you. How about that? Some people, when you try to help people, they just, ain't nothing you can do. Ain't nothing you can do for them. We didn't miss no questions. Now, I will say, if you were coming from Facebook, sometimes people post in the groups on Facebook, they'll see this podcast on Facebook and they'll see it on the page and they'll type in the chat on that page and we don't see those. So if you don't see what you're typing, like Kevin just typed right there, hey brother, how was your birthday? It was great. Thank you very much. So you can see the chat scroll up on the page here. If you don't see what you're typing and you're on Facebook, chances are you need to click on the actual link and open it up in a new page, and we'll be able to see your questions. Otherwise, you're just going to be commenting, and the only people that are going to see it is on that page. So if you got a question, ask it. If you're just here to whine and complain, not much we can do for you, brother. Yeah, and Clint's on the phone. He'll hit them pretty quick, and sometimes I'm answering somebody else. So for everybody else, if we're not answering immediately, we take them as they come. So it's sometimes tough, but sometimes there ain't nothing you can do. And I don't think he asked the first question. In fact, that might be somebody's done that before. No, that wasn't me, hillbilly outcast. Wasn't me. Yeah, we know who that is. That wasn't me. I never said a thing about your wife, so take that shit somewhere else, son. And that's probably who that other one was with, too. I'm just going to go ahead and send them on their way, too. They never asked the first question. They just came here to troll. Won't be asking no questions now. You can ask them over there. Listen what them clowns say. I believe them came together. What do y'all think? Yeah. They'd never ask a question. Everything he typed, we saw. And that's all he did was whine and complain. Thank you, Cross. Man, sorry sometimes we have to take the trash out around here. But we enjoy it. Usually we don't have to deal with that kind of bullshit. I never said nothing about that. I know who the man is and I know who he's talking about. I never said the first word about his wife. So he just likes drama. I think both of those do. They just like the drama. They don't get enough attention at home. So they have to come on here and create issues to try to create a little drama. All right. First time on the show. Curious, anyone ever used SCR control in a T500 boiler? I've looked at the T500 and Digiboil, same thing, pretty much the same thing. The one thing that I wasn't sure about, now I have seen some mods for the heating element inside. I think there's like a dual heating element, and I think on low it uses one, on high it uses the other, or both maybe. But I'm thinking it uses one or the other, and there's a way to modify it where you can use both at the same time. I'm sure that would void any kind of warranty. But I did kind of steer clear about it because I was worried about if that burner went out, how easy is that going to be to service, replace, and deal with. For those not familiar, it's basically a brewing system that has built-in elements. Now, it's not like the elements we deal with that has the ferrule that go into the side, and it's like a water heater element. These are actual elements in the bottom of it. that heat up from the bottom. And they basically, um, shoot, and they basically are like a stove element, if you will, and it heats up from the bottom and heats it up. So sometimes if those elements go bad, I don't know how easy it'd be to replace those and to repair them and getting parts and serviceable. So it kind of steered me away from it. But I know a lot of people that use the Digiboil or the T500, and they don't have any issues with it. And there is out there. Yeah. Um, there are quite a few people that are using them. And I did see a mod, and I'm not sure what it did, but somehow it used both elements to on the dial. When you turn it up and down, it just goes to both elements instead of one to the other. Um, but I never really got into it. I just remember seeing it somewhere. Um, but yeah, I've not used one either, Clint. So it's hard for me to say. But there, I do remember seeing. Hey, Marie, I do remember seeing an article that was talking about a workaround for that, where that would combine the two. It's not scrolling. Yeah, they for those that are watching on YouTube, there is an issue with YouTube right now. It is it said it on the screen before I went live. So if that other person was definitely maybe Raven wasn't. Uh, well, but we were seeing the whiny post, but we weren't seeing all the others. So I don't think just his questions were not getting through, but his complaints were. Nah, either it did or it wouldn't. So I don't think that'd be the case. I'm not. I, I think that person came in with the outcast. And there's a reason that they're outcasts, right? Yeah. Appreciate it, Jason. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little better. I'm not 100% out of the woods yet. And howdy. Yeah, I'm having to scroll back here. I had to scroll down to see if I was missing something new there. Well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad I'm good for something. I'm not pleasing everybody, it would seem. Parts are easy to get. Well, that's good. Not hard to change out. Well, that's one thing I was concerned about in getting them. Other than that, it looked like a solid system. It's for those that aren't familiar with them, it's a boiling system. It's got the elements built into the bottom. I think it has like a couple of switches for medium and high, or low and high, and a dial. It's got a sparging tube, for your beer. A lot of people use it for beer making. And they've made some lids for them that you can connect. And actually, they make a copper lid that you can put on top and has a ferrule. And they also have an extension that you can clamp onto the side and increase the size of it. And I thought that was really cool. So yeah, they seem to be good, solid system. My only concern, if it wasn't for the element and my worries about it going out and serviceability, I would have probably picked one up because they look really nice. Yeah, I'm not sure about, I would say that it would work, but I'm sure you're going to avoid any kind of warranty. Um, but maybe even a PID. It's probably a PID that's on there instead of an SCR. But I'm not familiar with the guts. I'd have to take one apart and look at it and see what's inside. I wish I knew more about it to help you, brother. But I never been inside one to see. Awesome, awesome. 26-gallon steel pot, 4-inch column with 6 plates or 4 plates. I would say, it depends on what you're looking for. 6 plates is definitely going to clean it up more than four. More plates, generally, the better. 4 plates get mid 90 proof. Absolutely, you're going to get much higher than that, and if you're using the plates, and it depends on how much reflux you're getting. If you're using active reflux, and you have a deflegmator, you're going to get lot more than 90 proof. If you're looking for 90%, 180 proof, uh, I would say, yeah, you can do that, especially with the deflegmator at the top. I've run mine with the deflegmator and I got like 187 without even pushing it, so I could have easily gotten into the, uh, the 190, low 190s with a little colder water in my deflate. It was pretty cool. But if I'd dropped the temperature a little bit by dropping some ice in my coolant water instead of it being probably in the 50s, if I'd have dropped it down into the 30s, I could have probably easily gotten into the 190s to make a true vodka. I guess that's your goal, is trying to make a true vodka, in which case you have to be in the 190s. I got 187 without really any issues at all, without any difficulty. But yeah, 6 plate, of course, going to be a little better. But height, is going to be one of the determining factors in passive reflux. And then, of course, if you had a deflegmator at the top and get some active reflux going on, then you'll definitely be able to get that proof where you want it. So, are you having any issues on either, Stephen? But yeah, the API and some that message was 8 hours old, so it'd been an issue that'd been happening on YouTube, I guess, all day. Okay, here we go. Does a corn and sugar mash run suppose to come out 150 proof and smell like acetone? Yeah, actually, it's going to. What we call that is astringent, and it when you learn to make your cuts, if you run it real fast and hard, a lot of times it's going to kind of smear, and it's going to be hard for you to keep them separate. So adjust your drip, and your drip's going to be different for every size steel. So if you got a 5-gallon steel, you're going to want to drip, 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 drip. If you got a 10-gallon steel, you're going to drip, 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 drip. 20, 30 plus, it's just going to be a real fine stream. So the larger your steel, the different your drip's going to be, and when you adjust your heat. Most people will run their heat a little high, and then once they start dripping, they'll turn the heat down to adjust their drip, and that's the best way to do it. And don't even look at the thermometer, because that's not really the way you want to run it. It's okay to look at it to get an idea of when things are going to start happening, but yeah, it's very common for acetone and rubbing alcohol, especially the rubbing alcohol part. That's just alcohol that hasn't aged, or it's very astringent. And what happens is if you can air that out and leave that jar open for like 24 hours, put maybe some cheesecloth, or some people use coffee filters. That's kind of wasteful, but napkin or paper towel, something to let the alcohol out without letting dust and critters and stuff get in. but you can let the higher volatiles of kind of evaporate off. They'll be the first to evaporate off. You will lose a touch of alcohol that doing that, but it'll let some of your more astringent and higher volatile alcohols evaporate off, and you'll lose some of that rubbing alcohol. That's an isopropyl, and that's definitely one of the alcohols that come across while you're distilling. There's many alcohols, and that's just one of them. And yeah, you're gonna have that in combination. Now, the acetone is an ethyl acetate, and that's definitely something that you're going to have as well coming off when you're distilling. And that usually most of the majority of that will come off first, right? And we call that the heads. So your first little bit that come off as you distill, and you'll get used to this as you progress and get more advanced, and you can run this over. So don't get pissed and think you messed up and get frustrated. You can proof it down and run it over. And with 150 proof, you're going to want to cut it in half. So you'll just basically make 75 out of it, because that's less than 80 proof that is your threshold to run again. So you'll just add half water to all the liquor that you got, put it back in the pot, and you can run it again, and you'll clean it up a lot. So, but first of all, when it comes off, the first part that comes off, you're of course going to pitch that. That's your 4 shots. A lot of people say 50 milliliters per gallon, but it will vary depending on what you got. After that, you're going to want to go by smell. So as it's dripping, you every once in a while put your fingers under the drip and smell them. Some people like rubbing it in their hands and smelling it this way, so you can smell, that acetone, and you can smell as it kind of goes away. And it never totally goes away, but what happens is when you get done with it, right? So we're going to separate first jar, second jar, third jar, and you can make cuts. So when you smell that acetone kind of lightening and not as bad, or kind of go away. Once you get it on your hands too, you need to wash your hands, because it's just going to smell like that on your hands, and you may be out of it, and it's just smelling that like that on your hands because it's on your hands. So you'll definitely want to um, not, make those cuts and take each jar as they come off. So if that starts going away, move that jar out. Don't wait till the jar fills. Separate that jar, because those are going to be what's considered heads and something that you're not going to keep. So once things start smelling good and tasting okay, then you can start collecting that. And that's tends to be when you're in your hearts, and you collect all those in separate jars. And first timers and people that are getting used to doing cuts should probably use smaller jars. That way you get a lot more jars and you can sample more, and that way you don't get, maybe a half a jar of good and a half a jar of bad, and it just, it all smells bad because it gets tainted from that acetone, especially when you go from heads to into the hearts. And then once you go through the hearts, things will smell better and taste a little better. And then once you get into the tails, you'll start seeing a little beading on the surface. When you feel it in your hands, it feels slick because you're starting to run into some oils and get more oils in it. I will say that the higher temperature, or if you strip, and a lot of times you'll get oils early on. Um, Reflux can kind of compress those and put them off until the very end, and then it just drops off the shelf. But you can kind of monitor your proof, and kind of, that's just another way to help you monitor your progress as you go from 4 shots to tails. Once you see that proof start dropping rapidly, you know that you're starting to get into tails. So, you don't have to necessarily smell that, but the jar right before that, it's going to be maybe a little bit questionable. You might have some more tails in that. So you can kind of look at your proof when it kind of gets to tails. But from heads to hearts, a lot of times you won't see a big drop in proof. You'll just see a different quality and a different smell come off. But that's just going to be experience. So anytime that you have, any issues like that, don't throw it out. Just dump it all back in, proof it down less than 80, and just run it again, and you can keep running it until you get it right. and it'll be fine. Just keep proofing it down and run her again. And I used to know a Jay Smiley. He was into ham radios. But yeah, that's typical, and it will get better. Now, I will say that a lot of the light smelling, the stuff that's kind of going from your heads into your hearts, uh, but has just a light smell of that acetone, that will kind of go away. That's an ester, and it will age away, and it'll esterify with acids, organic acids that are in there, and a lot of times it'll create a floral fruity flavor. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's not really good to drink straight off the tap like that. That's why when you make a white lightning or a white dog, that's going to be drank immediately, it has to pretty much be true hearts. But when you age something, and time will esterify um, some of that ethyl acetate into esters. It's an ester, and it'll esterify with acids and oils, and create some interesting flavors, some fruity floral notes that'll be good, but they're not right off the tap. So that's a process that takes time, and so but like when you're dealing with higher proof stuff like vodka, you're really basically cleaning a lot of that out, right? You're getting past a lot of that, and that'll come early, and then you'll pretty much get very light flavored alcohol. It strips a lot of flavor, good and bad, away. In a group that gives away free heirloom seeds, I've seen some corn never heard of. Going to get awesome. A few different varieties and sprout them. Should be an awesome experience. I've got to find the group name. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, heirloom corns are great. A lot of different varieties out there. There's some that I haven't tried yet that I want to. Argentine orange being one of them, and a Oaxacan green that I definitely want to try. But yeah, that's awesome. I think Clint meant to say should there, not should. Awesome. Well, that's good. I am the Santa. Yeah, I'll put my little glasses on for him. See, now I might look a little more familiar to him, right? Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, that's perfectly typical. There's unfermentable sugars in molasses. They do make a rum that will have some enzymes that'll help break down some of those unfermentables, glucoamylase. So like some of I think I've got a picture of it. There's a brown package of rum. Let me see here. It's in my screenshots. This is going to take a while to open. Man, my old computer was much quicker than this new one. I don't know. Let me grab that for you, though, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think it's right here. We go. Yeah, this is some rum distiller's yeast. And this, and it even mentions it. It contains nutrients, enzyme, vitamins, trace minerals, and the yeast itself. So it's a pretty good rum yeast to use. But it'll have the enzymes in there that will help break down some of those unfermentables. So yeah, definitely. A lot of people use that rum and swear by it and love it. I've not tried it yet, but I just add the glucose. But yeah, it's what happens is you just get those unfermentables. They call them limit dextrins, and it's perfectly normal. Anytime you use molasses, you'll have more. If you were to use brown sugar, you're going to have a little less because there's less concentrations of that molasses in there than, so you're getting more sugar than molasses, sugar from it. But yeah, it may be about as far as it's going to go, and then started at 1.1. Oh, it's actually increased. That's strange. So it went from 1.090 to 1.150. That is strange. But basically, what's happening, a hydrometer generally reads density, right? And so anytime that you're using something that's adding to the density of your water, like a syrup that doesn't have fermentables, so it's going to thicken it, and it's going to give you a false reading, like it's got lots of sugar in there, because that's basically the hydrometers were um, basically calibrated using sugars, right? And when you start adding things that have things that make the viscosity thicker without adding that same amount of sugar equivalency, it can tend to give you false readings that make you feel like you have more sugar in there than what you actually do. But yeah, I would use some glucoamylase in with it, and try using this rum yeast. It works really well. But if you went through and you can taste the alcohol, and now it's getting kind of dry, and it's been a while, and the temperatures and all the other pH and all the other things have been pretty normal, then I'd just go ahead and run it and see what happens. And if it probably will be fine. But yeah, you should be able to taste the alcohol and smell the alcohol in it, especially if you started at a 1090. Generally, what'll happen, and I'm not sure at this point, it looks like it actually increased. I'm not sure what's causing that, but if you meant to say 1.01050, that would be perfectly normal, and it probably won't. Sometimes it'll get to 1.020, and it's tough to get any lower. Sometimes it'll get to the 1.1, 1.0105, 150, and all that. And it's just because you have those, unfermentables in there that the yeast just can't eat until they get broken down further. And that's why you would add that glucoamylase to break them down a little further. But I would say that's the case. And if it smells like it's got a lot of, decent amount of alcohol in there, and like you say, it's kind of dry, then yeah, chances are that you've pretty much gotten, it's never too late to add that glucose. So, you can add some glucoamylase in there. If you have some liquid glucose, you can add it in there and see, give it a week and see what happens, and see if that, might increase your alcohol content a little bit, but it certainly won't. Right, right. Yeah, just using the molasses, right. Okay. Good deal. Yeah, it'd be something interesting to experiment with. I've never seen the guts of them, so I mean, it's basically got to be just a controller in there, right? I mean, I'm guessing maybe a PID. And banned. I'm glad you commented the second time. I missed banning the first time. I just deleted your comment, but thanks for commenting again and showing your ass, and now you banned. What a dumbass. I never said shit about your wife. I don't get involved in all that drama, son. Don't care about it. Is the militia YouTube page not working? Yeah, it's we'll have to get Damon on that. I don't know. Let's see. It shows. Let me see. Let me down. It says I'm live, so let me open it up in a new tab and see what we got here. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, it looks like it's frozen on there. Well, no, it's just got a delay. Yeah, I can see it on there. So I don't know. Might have to refresh. But yeah, I just pulled it up and it was working for me. It's got about a 5 second delay though. But if it's not working, we do stream to Philbilly Moonshine on YouTube. So if you're on the militia page watching, you're having issues. It's not the militia. It's YouTube. They're having issues with their API. Um, I got that notice when I first started. So, um, and that one person, I don't think that was the case because I don't think we'd have just seen their complaints and not their questions. I don't think there ever was a question. And I'm thinking that was the same person that did that once before, like a couple of months ago, because it's very, very familiar, and I'm pretty sure that's the same person that did it. Then it's just a troll, and now they're gone. So ain't got time for that kind of drama. I got better things to do. I'm here to help and have a good time, and I'm not gonna let anybody bring me down. So good luck with that. I just got my finger on the ban button. That's one of the reasons I don't do the kick thing, the Twitch thing anymore, because it's hard to eliminate the trolls. So I just eliminate the drama. That way we can just enjoy ourselves as we always do. I appreciate the heads up. Hopefully they'll get it figured out. That's good. That's good. 6 gallon batch. So I'm assuming you probably have an 8 to 10 gallon. So that's about drip every second and a half. That's good and slow. So yeah, that's 400. So yeah, you did good. You did good. But it's to be expected, especially first time. Yeah, it will, and different distillates will give you different flavors, coming off. So it's that's to be expected. A lot of people run it, back in the old days, shiners, we ran it 3 times, run it 2 or 3 times, and it helps clean a lot of that up. What's going on, Mash Brothers? Good to see you. I was wondering how fast should the offtake be on your keg still? 15 gallon still, and so you're going to be at a real fine trickle. On your sink when you drip, you can just adjust it up to where it drips just the finest. To where you can get it to drizzle without dripping, and then slow it down back to where it drips, and then go from just that real fine. Will be right about where you want to be. And if it's getting some smearing, you can slow it down to just as fast as you can make it drip without it being a stream. So somewhere in between there would be ideal. That's about where I run mine. Acetone. What's going on, Morgan? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Did you, boss? That's a 2 inch. Yeah, you good. Yeah, good to see you, Morgan. And I need to take a shot. I ain't had any few days. I haven't felt it. Just some of that half and half. That might be why I didn't feel good. I ain't had enough moonshine. I ain't had any good corn liquor in me. Yeah, I got drunk Saturday, man, or Friday night. And then Saturday, I was pretty hungover and stomach. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, making cuts is something only I can sit here and explain things, and it's just I can give you a general idea, and Clint can give you a general idea, but really until you just run your fingers and feel it and just smell it, it what we say just can't mean anything, right? So it's something that you'll have to experience and something that it will take some experience in getting good at. That's probably one of the toughest things is being able to do that and being really really good at it. Once you do it a few times, though, it becomes a lot easier, especially if you're using the smaller jars. You'll definitely be able to taste the difference. Now, we'll say if you wanted to do it this way, it would be really good to get little half pint jars. Now, if you have a 40-gallon steel or 30-gallon steel, no, don't do that. But for 10, 15s or less, just do little jars. So you start out with your heads, do little jars, and then once you know for sure that you're in hearts and it's not got the smell or anything, then you can go to bigger jars, right? And then once you question it, now this is starting to smell a little different, little wet dog kind of uh, wet basement, kind of not moldy smelling, but wet smelling, kind of like a damp, like shoes, old shoes, or wet cardboard, wet dog. A lot of people describe it. Wet cardboard is a pretty good descriptor. Once it starts getting that odd smell to it, then you're pretty much in your tails. You can also see it bead when it hits. A lot of times when you're dripping and it hits on the surface, it'll start beading up with that oil. So you're pretty much getting into your tails when you start getting a lot of oils off, right? Because basically distillation is just, and we try to fractionally distill. We can't because of azeotropes and the type of steel that we're using. So we can't fractionally distill. It can be done, but not with our pot stills. And it takes very sophisticated equipment to do that, the special column and everything. But you're starting with higher volatiles, and then you're working towards oils at the end. So you get the full spectrum, and the ethanol, fortunately, is a large segment that's kind of in the middle, and we're just separating it. So going slow, and like I say, using the little jars. Now, when you sample it, start at the tails and work towards your heads. Right? If you start in the heads and start smelling it and sampling it, getting it all over you, like I was talking about earlier, it's hard to get that off you and really because it's like fingernail polish remover, acetone. And once you get that on you, that smell wants to stay. So when you're into the hearts, you're still rubbing it and you're still smelling it because it's still on your hands. So a lot of times for inexperienced people, it's best just to collect in these small jars and just number them, right? Number each jar. You get painter's tape put on there and just 1 to 15, whatever, 20, whatever number of jars you use till you get to what is tails for sure. Now, once you get to tails for sure, just put a bucket underneath it and just start catching all your tails and just save those for later. and rerun those with your next run. That way you can strip the ethanol out of that, because there's a lot of good alcohol in that. You don't want to, it's generally 80 proof or so when you start getting into your tails. But that there's also a lot of alcohol in that 80 proof. There's oils in there that are easily separated on your next run from the ethanol, and there's a lot of ethanol in those tails that are easily separated. So saving those tails will increase your next run's production tremendously, and you won't have so much waste, because 80 proof is that's what normal bottle is, mostly 80-90 proof. So you don't want to throw that away, because you're throwing a lot of alcohol away when you do that. These damn moths. So save those tails and just rerun them. And when I say rerun them, don't mix it in your next mash. That you don't want to put that alcohol on there for the yeast. It'll kill your yeast off. It'll get the alcohol content too high. Just save it, and then when you put your mash in your still, you can add bits of tails in there, or you can dump them all in there. Or you can just add a little bit in there each time you do it, and run it that second time, and you'll get that. Man, these some big old moss. Damn, what does it take to kill them some bitches, man? Jesus Christ, that some bitch still flying. I've smacked him twice. Crazy. But so start at your tails and just start. Okay, not good, not good. Okay, now this is starting to taste better. Then you'll know you're starting to get in your hearts backing towards your heads. Then you can taste hearts. And then when you start getting towards your heads, it'll gradually start, right? And those will be okay for aging. When you just gradually taste a little bit in it, just a little bit off, that's okay. But yeah, 80 proofs, 40%. So as you work, then you'll get to the point it's like, whoa, that's just not good. Then you'll know that you're getting into the heads, and that definitely will be a jar you don't want. I will show a chart. I will ask you not to pay any attention to the temperatures on this chart. I'm not quite sure why they put those on there, because it's definitely incorrect. But the chart's good, and it shows you what I'm talking about. So in the very first one, you got your 4 shots. We always just pitch those off. Jar 2 through 7 shows varying amounts of heads. Now, if this is something that you're going to age, you can go from like jar 6 to jar 16 or jar 17 and age that. And that little bit of blue in the bottom, what I call low heads, will estrify with the oils in the tails and the organic acids in the ethanol and alcohol itself. And they'll create some interesting flavors. Won't be very good just drinking right now, though. So it takes time and maturation. It matures. And that's part of the maturing process, is esterification. So a lot of that's gonna take some time. So if you're just drinking it as a white dog or a white lightning, then you're going to want to keep just jars 8 through 14, right? Because that's not going to. And once you blend all those in, the little bit of green and the little bit of blue get lost, right? Because of all the baby blue in the middle, ethanol. So yeah, you'll see it. The blue is your ethyl acetate. Methanol is your red over there. The blue is your ethyl acetates, your acetaldehydes, and your acetones. And then the blue, of course, is your pure ethanol, or mostly ethanol. It actually never gets pure. So there's always going to be a little bit of blue, even all the way across to 20. But it's just, there should just be a few dots, right? And just fewer and fewer dots instead of a line at the bottom. And they could have just put a few dots in there and decreasing amount of dots, because it will go all the way across, because of it's an azeotrope and it still bonds. It's just less and less of it as you go. But so if you work from the one side, the green tails, and work your way back, it won't taint your tongue, because once you get that ethyl acetate and acetaldehydes and your acetones on your tongue, it's hard to cleanse your palate, right? And everything's going to taste like that, even all the way up to the tails. It does for me. So start with your tails and work your way back, and you can figure out what jars you want to keep. And I some people will rerun the heads, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, the heads aren't going to kill you, right? Let's for those that don't know about it, the heads aren't going to kill you. Only that methanol at the very beginning, that red, and when it's concentrated and it's only red that you're drinking, then it definitely can be a big problem and kill you. But once it mixes with other alcohols, it can cause health issues, but it's not going to kill you at that concentration. Now, over time, yeah, it can hurt your liver and destroy it and do other things, but it's not going to be an instant kill like it will if you concentrate it. So if you keep running these heads over and over and over again, let me put this back up. So if you save this jar one and you keep running it over and you save a next jar one, well, the next jar one, if you mix it with more mash, it's going to have double the amount of red in there, right? So, and if you keep adding it back and cutting it out, it's going to increase. Each time you add that to a little bit of mash, right? That's going to have new foreshots to add to it, more methanol. Then it'll keep adding up until eventually you'll have a jar that's just pure red. And then sometimes people are like, well, I'll just mix that with some of these high heads and I'll just sell it off to some of the clients. And it doesn't happen in America very often, but it does in some third world countries. And they're just like, they're too cheap and they don't have the knowledge. And they give it away or sell it and they don't understand what it is. And people have died as a result. I remember in India, or I was mentioned earlier, Bangladesh or somewhere, that it happened a few years back that quite a few village people from a village died from it because their little local distillery got stupid and concentrated a lot of fours and gave them away, bottled them up and gave them away, and a lot of people dropped dead. I mean, it was like, I don't know if it was dozens, but there was at least 10, 15 people in the village that died. It's tragic. So that's why we want to, that's why I spend so much time on this, is because I really want to, when it comes to safety. Now, the heads will give you a bad hangover, and it's really not good for your liver over time. It's going to wear down and affect you. But Stephen, those charts are on the DIY Shine and Stuff page, and they're also on the Militia page. And I'll add them up there. If you want to take a phone and screenshot it, you can. Or if you want to shoot me a message on Facebook, I can share it with you. But temperature wise, don't look at the temperatures at the top, because if you're fractionally distilling and you have a fractional column, you can go by these temperatures and height on the column. But on a pot still, that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that because of the azeotropes. In fact, at 185 to 190, if you have some tails in there and you raise your proof up, and I'll show you a chart here in a minute, just kind of illustrate what I'm talking about if you want to get a shot of that. And it's good to have this on there. This is kind of important. But yeah, it's real easy to separate the baby blue and the green over in the tails. It's easy to separate those oils out and lower weight alcohols out, or higher weight alcohols, I should say, more dense alcohols have a much higher boiling point than the methanol. Methanol is like 140 some, but because of azeotropes, you don't see methanol coming off at 140 some degrees. That's a misnomer. A lot of people think that that's the way it works. And, in a fractional column, yeah, you can separate it that way, but on a pot still, it does not work that way. And I'll show you the chart here. That shows why. Now, this right here is on the left side is your boiling point. We go up to 211, 210, 211, which is the boiling point of water, and down to 173.1, which is your boiling point of ethanol. If you have 100% ethanol, it will boil at 173.1 degrees. But because it's azeotropic and it bonds with water a certain way, as you add water to alcohol, its boiling point changes. Now, if it didn't change, we could just heat up a pot to 174 or 5 degrees, and then just distill off all the ethanol and leave off all the tails, and everything would just stay behind magically, and we wouldn't have to worry about nothing. All ethanols, we wouldn't have to worry about making cuts. It'd just be all ethanol coming off. That methanol would come off first at 140. It'd be long gone, but because it's an azeotrope, it all mixes together, and the more water that you get, the higher the boiling point is before anything comes off. So people say, "Oh, I run my still at 178 degrees." Unless you're running, let's see, that would be about 60, unless you're running 120 proof alcohol, which I definitely don't recommend. Nothing's coming off at 178 degrees, except your imagination. And maybe you might get some temperature differences, like a warm lake and a cool air, and it creates like a little fog, a little smoke on the water, a little fog. That's just the difference in temperatures, and it's just affecting moisture in the air. Um, Now, also at the very bottom of your pot, where it's going to be much hotter. Now, you might have, temperatures that are higher down there. The bottom of the pot could be 190 some degrees right next to where the burner is, but at the top, it could be cool. And what you're seeing coming off is actually alcohol that's boiling at the bottom and then the temperature at the top. So that's why a lot of people will agitate their mash so it comes off more evenly. And they'll stir their mash up as it's distilling. That way it all gets to the same temperature at the same time. And some say it's easier to make cuts that way as well because of that. But you'll see what we deal with is generally at the bottom, unless you're adding tails, it's going to be between 0, 10, and 20. So when you've got yeast, it'll do 18%. So it's just going to be to the left of this 80. So it's going to be 190 some before you get anything off. So if you looked at this, at 185, you'd be well through and almost through your heads. Whereas in reality, at 85, you're not getting anything unless you've got 60 proof mash, which we don't do unless we added tails. So most of us, unless we're adding tails, are going to deal with anything from 195 to 200. 8% is about a typical 105060 corn mash. So it's not going to do anything until you get in the high 190s. A rum, that you have that got a 1.1080 or, pretty high starting gravity, or a sugar wash or something like that. You can expect to see something, you're maxing your yeast out at 18%. Then, you're going to see something happen at the 191, at that temperature. So if you're fixed on temperatures and you want to look at that, yeah, this is the range you're going to start seeing things happen. And this is pot temperature, not to be confused with vapor temperature, which a lot of times you'll have a thermometer in like your cap or your elbow. In your cap, or your elbows coming off on some of your columns and stuff. And that's measuring vapor temperature. And that's always going to be a bit lower than your pot temperature. Pot temperature is going to be warmer. And as it comes up, it starts to immediately cool off when it hits the air. And you're going to get some passive reflux and cooling. So it's always going to be a little bit cooler. But good question. My wife wants me to go on an event they have and to stay a few days. So we have to make reservations in Maggie Valley. Awesome. I know there is one in the fall. Yep, Hillbilly Jam, where we will go, but she wants to go in the summer. Yeah, there's one I highly recommend is Farm to Bottle. And I think it's going to be kind of in the fall as well. I think maybe this year, July, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull up the militia page. It should be on there in our events, possibly. No, let's see here. Let's go to. And this year, May Cutter's going to be there, so that'll be interesting. No, we don't have. Let me see if that's. Yeah, I don't think it's. I know it's been announced. Let me go to Farm to Bottle. Let me see. Just 1 second. Bear with me. Let's see what we got here. Okay, yeah, Mary Cutter's going to be there Saturday, August 29th. It will be, so it'll be Friday the 28th and Saturday, August the 29th will be when Farm to Bottle is. And that's a great festival. And Maggie Valley is a good festival as well. Let me see what. I want to get these right. Okay, Hillbilly Jam is July 24th and 25th. Let me make sure that's 2026. Yes, it is. July 24th and July 25th. Let me double check with my calendar here. Yes, 24th and 25th, Friday and Saturday. So either of those days, both of those festivals are real good. We have a lot, depending on where you're at, there's a lot of great festivals. There's, some great festivals down in Arkansas that I try to go to every year. Louisiana just had a good festival. Lots of new places. Missouri, I know Cyrus and them have a good festival going on. So there's a lot of different festivals. So we try to create a calendar and get these put together, but everybody's busy and it's hard to get everything pinned in. But we need to try to do better and put these calendars up for everybody so they can plan a vacation around it. But yeah, both of those are really good events. And hey, Angie, it's always good to have a still hand. Yeah, I got a little berry masher, and helps me. She likes squishing the fruit up and picking out the pits and stuff. But yeah, it's. I will say that camping, if you have a camper, there's a lot of places that you can, pull your camper up there. There is some limited primitive camping as well. I will say a lot of the hotels there in Maggie tend to get a little pricey. I know they're like $70, $80 normally, and then on that weekend they're like 200, and they kind of gouge everybody. So there's some towns that are close by, Waynesville and some other towns. You could even easily drive from, Pigeon Forge or some of these other, attractions that have, normally priced rooms. Now it is a bit of a travel. So, you got to have that designated driver because you definitely don't want to be drunk driving because that's they watch very closely in Maggie during that weekend, very very closely. So you definitely don't want to have a shot or two and drive. They will definitely be watching. Is there another question from Outcast? Because I sent him. Is there another Outcast in here, Clint? Or am I that far behind? I guess I'm that far behind. I'm sorry. But I'm sorry that I'm that far behind. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, exactly. So if you leave your jars sit out, like, what we're talking about here, keeping 6 and 7, if you let your jars sit out overnight, a little bit of that blue is going to evaporate, right? And because they're higher volatiles, so they evaporate more readily than ethanol will, but some ethanol will as well. So you will lose a little bit of proof, but you will gain some in flavor. Some people let it sit out a day or two, and you can definitely note a difference. And once you do that, you can still, if you taste a little bit, like most of these jars, I can always taste a little bit, but after it sits in the jar, a few weeks, a few months, that taste goes away and it becomes sweeter, and it's a much better product. So, aging, and there's a reason a lot of people say, "Oh, all that moonshine tastes a lot alike," and it's because it's never aged. Because moonshiners need to get that product out, right? They don't sit on it. They don't age it, because that's evidence, man. They got to get that stuff to the bootleggers and out. So they don't want to sit on anything that you don't see, moonshiners burying, getting barrels and filling them up and aging it. They get that shit out at the door and off their hands as soon as possible because they don't want to get caught with it. And that's why it all tastes the same, because it never has the opportunity to esterify and age. But once you get it, and I've done it many times, and in fact, that honey shine sitting down there is a perfect example. Um, when I first got it, it had a little bit of low heads in it, which is not great if you're drinking it straight up off the tap. But after it sat there for a few weeks to a month, every bit of that kind of went away, and it got really sweet, and that it esterified, and now it's really good, right? So sometimes it just takes a little time, and so you gotta to let it mature. 4 hours to heat up. Yeah. Now, you one thing you can do, and I'm not sure, and that might be one of the reasons that they were kind of strapping these elements over. I'll dig in my files and look and see if I know I think I've copied that, but I do need to catch up. But I'll look and see, because there is a fix that will allow you to run higher and hotter, and it should cut that 4 hours down. Mine is like on my still, and it depends. If I'm running propane, it's a little quicker. On the stove, it's a little slower. But about an hour and 15 minutes on the stove, probably about 50 minutes on propane. Um, that I get a first drip, right? So, um, yeah, that could, but the elements, and that's a one. Is that a 220 or 120 or 240 or 120? Because a 120, elements are going to be kind of slow, and a lot of people that using the water heater type elements, now get the stainless ones. Don't buy water heater elements, but that type. Uh, if they're using the 120s, it's generally going to take a little bit longer, but it still, works off. You just start it, and but don't walk away, kind of hang around and wait, and experience. Once you do it several times, you'll know how long it's going to be before it starts to drip. But it's always good. You definitely want to stay with your still anytime you're running, anytime you got heat on or anything going. Um, you definitely want to keep an eye on things. And let me turn chat back on so everybody can see. And everybody's saying hi, Miss Lisa. So hello, Miss Lisa. Yeah, so that's going to be your vapor temp. So it's always going to be a little bit lower than what your pot temp is. Ran about 195, which is about exactly right, brother. Yeah, that's what you can expect. Anybody telling you any different, they ain't run, or their thermometers are off. So there's a lot of people, I've argued with scientists that said, "Oh no, at 176 degrees, it's boiling off ethanol. You don't know." And it's like, well, you've never ran. You do know the boiling point of ethanol is 173.1, but you've obviously never run liquor before, or you'd know that it doesn't work like that. Then I explain azeotropes, and you can see them Googling it, and then they get real quiet and they don't say anything else. But I can see where they would think that just based on knowing the ethanol boils at 173.1, but that's only when it's pure ethanol. And there's a reason. I'll show you that chart again. There's a reason that it stops and doesn't go all the way to 100%, and that's because you can't get 200 proof alcohol when in an open environment. So if it's touching air, it's what they call hygroscopic. Not hydro, no D, it's a G, hygroscopic. And you've seen these little desiccant packets that they put in stuff that they don't want, like metal parts, and like in your binoculars that when you buy them new, things like that, your scopes when you buy them new, they put in these little desiccant packs. And that's a hygroscopic material that draws moisture out of the air. Ethanol is hygroscopic. Ethanol will draw moisture out of the air. That's why when you leave these jars open like that as well, it's taking water out of the air around it. That's why when you take a drink of high proof, while it parches you like it does, because it's taking moisture out of your tongue and out of your skin and your mouth, because it's what it does. It attracts moisture, and it leaches moisture, and it leaches moisture out of the air itself. So it'll cut itself down. So it's in an open environment, if the cork's off, it's immediately starting to cut itself down by drawing water out of the air around it. And that's one of the reasons, unless you're in a vacuum, you can't really get 200 proof. Unless you can run it through a molecular sieve and get all the water off. But again, once it touches the air, it's going to start drawing moisture from the air again, and it's going to immediately cut itself down to, 198-ish. And that's why that chart doesn't go all the way to 100, for those that were curious. Yeah, yeah, and give you an idea about what time to expect the drip. And if you don't have a hydrometer, it can also give you an idea about what percentage mash you started off with. So right, you see that pot like he was talking about 195 drip. All right, let's go to the chart here. 195, he probably had about 12%. You can kind of do that as well. That's kind of backing into it, but that's one way of doing it. All right. As far as stratification, I wasn't familiar with the term, but after reading it, it definitely makes sense. What's happening there is, as it sits in ages, as it's sitting there, denser things tend to drop, and thinner things tend to stay on the top. Um, so it will change, but generally, you would think it would go the other way. And temperature will have an impact on it as well. This is something I've never really read into much. Appreciate you bringing it up. It's never, I've never really thought about it like that, but I can see where that would happen. Like thinner things are going to tend to float on the top, and the heavier, denser syrups that would cause your, hydrometer to rise higher, but that would cause it to go the other way. So, I'm not sure why it would increase. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's talking about it actually going the opposite direction here when I read about stratification. Now, stratification, what they're talking about is a lot of times the denser, more heavier things will kind of go to the bottom than the top. So if you were, if you had a pot and you had like a valve at the bottom and you were opening up that valve and you were sampling stuff that you were taking off the bottom, that would cause it. But if you're just dropping a hydrometer in the top, it's going to be different than what you're reading out of a spigot that would come out of the bottom. So I can see that, but I'm at a loss as to why it would be the opposite. Now I know at certain temperatures you get like thermoclines where higher gravity leads to sinking, conversely lighter fluids float. Yeah, so I wouldn't think the stratification would be an issue there. Yeah, I think that would be something that they're talking about as far as stratification wise. I think they're talking about how your gravity is not really changing, but it's reading differently because of just the heavier liquids sinking and your heavier syrup sinking and your lighter ones staying. And it looks like you're working off when you actually haven't, worked off any. That would be a cause of stratification. But as far as an increase, it could be temperature. It could be when you first measured the gravity. It might have been warmer, and then as it cooled off, because temperature in reading your hydrometer is supposed to be done at 60 degrees, 65 somewhere in there degrees Fahrenheit. So if you took your initial reading at a warmer temperature and then you're taking subsequent readings at a much lower temperature, that very well could cause that. I didn't think about that before, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, on YouTube. Yeah, we have one on Facebook and one on YouTube as well. Hopefully they're both working okay. If you it's not, just kind of hit that refresh button at the top left. They call it refresh or control R. And yeah, it should get things going again. I know when I watch some people stream games, sometimes it frees up and you have to. I know Kick does that a lot, but yeah, they're having some issues on YouTube, and I'm sure it's probably got to do with some hacking going on because of geopolitical things going on right now. So it's an all or nothing element. Well, you can definitely, if you wanted to, you could have somebody weld you a ferrule in the side. If you wanted to increase your times and put in a 120 element, wouldn't have to be a 240, and just run a second element, right? And then once you got up to temp and start dripping, you could turn one off and just run the others to maintain that temp. Um, that's a possibility. Yeah, I'd definitely add some glucose and stir it up, and see if that changes it. And but again, it could be temperature, when you first took it versus now. Um, but I would definitely, yeah, anytime that you use it, that try that rum yeast too. It's they say it's pretty good, and it's good to have nutrients, of course, and oyster shells and all that. Let me get caught up. I'm way behind, and it's 9:30. So let me share the rest of these links real quick before I make a push to get caught up, and hopefully I'll be able to get the rest of these shared out there. But if you're on a page and you're watching this on a page and they they have a lot of off-topic stuff that doesn't necessarily pertain to moonshine, and they get a lot of food stuff and just political stuff and a lot of mixed stuff. Come over to the Militia and DIY Shine and Steel Building, one of those pages, and join us there and ask you questions. We try to keep it pretty much focused on topic, and a lot of knowledgeable people there, and a lot of steel builders as well, that can answer a lot of questions, or a lot of people, if you're interested in buying one, it's a really good place to go to. I noticed that there's a lot of different ones out there. Some we don't know much about, some we know a little bit about, some you know I've heard bad things about, but we basically, if they get a bad reputation, we don't recommend them anymore. And that goes along with a lot of the drama and a lot of the other issues. So if they're problematic, we tend to get rid of it. We just got better things to do and then deal with a bunch of drama and people that have nothing better to do than create it. So we send them along and try to eliminate the problem makers. Can't let those cancers develop, because it'll ruin a group. I've seen groups just get consumed, and it's just, you start letting a little bit go on, and next thing you know, every time somebody asks a question, they're getting browbeat and called every name but a milk cow. And everybody's, of course, they had the same questions when they first started, but that was different. And now that they know, they see the same questions getting asked a bunch, and they don't realize, hey, I asked these same questions. We weren't born with this knowledge, and people are seeking us out for this information. So help them out. It's this, or scroll on by. That seems to be a big issue for a lot of people these days. They just can't scroll on by. They can't do it. They have to get involved, and so we try to eliminate a lot of that. I wish Facebook would allow me to share to all these groups. They used to. I could share to every one of them all at once, but now it seems like they only let you do so many per hour. Let's see if I can get them all in this time. Or the rest of them, I should say. All right, let's see if this one works. A lot of times this last one won't, so we'll. All right, it did good. All right, let me get back to questions. I do need to get caught up. But yeah, I'd love to see you inside one of those and see what the guts look like. I'm sure it's just a PID or an SCR in there running in that element. So, but increasing it, I don't know how much more you would be able to increase the heat to that element. I'm sure it has a limitation, and I'm sure it's allowing all that it can through. I don't know if it's a PID or an SCR. I've never really taken one apart to look at it, but once you find out, let us know, because I'd be interested in knowing, because I definitely looked at those really hard when I was looking at getting a smaller steel to run. And when he says light difference, he means a light, not a light. But yeah, you definitely, amperage wise, you want to get one. But that's basically all an SCR is a high amperage rheostat. That's what we're here for, man. And a lot of people listen. We got a lot of people that just sit back and listen, and they learn, just from listening. So a lot of people don't want to, chime in and ask the questions. So we got a lot of people, that hang out in the background and lurk and listen, and that's awesome. Love having you. I also have maybe about 7% watch it live, and we got about 93% that pick the show up later in the week. So a lot of people just go to YouTube or on Facebook, and they'll watch the podcast later, and that's great too. Some people listen to it going to work, some people listen to it at work, some, I guess, on their lunch or whenever. I wish I had a job where I could just sit and listen to things like that all day. I guess if you're typing or something, you can listen and type. I can't do two things at once, but um, yeah, that's in that pipe cleaner, man. That purple stuff that they clean those pipes with has a lot of that acetone in it for sure, and primer, yeah, cleaner and primer. Let me get caught up here, and as a byproduct, you can save those heads. Now proof them down. Don't tear your wife's fingers and hands up. So proof it down and add a little bit of her favorite perfume to those heads, and it'll make good fingernail polish remover for her. She'll never have to buy it again. And it's good for cleaning. We talk about that often. There's a lot of good things you can do with the heads. So don't throw them away. You can use them on your grill to light charcoal. You can use it in the fireplace to help get your wood going in the winter. Uh, you know, but it is volatile, highly volatile. So it'll blow like gas, not as bad as gasoline. But cleaning, it's good for cleaning your countertops and stripping a lot of oils and stuff off. Um, as a stripper, on and cleaning up things, but it will turn wood white, so you want to be careful. So it'll, uh, but you could pickle, I guess when they talk about pickling wood, you can uh, do it for that as well. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I think some people may be having issues, but I'm glad to hear it's working. I was worried when I first saw that we weren't going to have a good podcast tonight because it wasn't going to work at all. But it seems to be working fairly well. And if that's what happened to that one fella, I don't see that happening though, because the only questions I never saw the first question, but every complaint he made we saw. So I don't think there's ever a question. I think I'd seen that person before and did the same exact thing, to be perfectly honest with you. And yeah, I think that was the case. I think he, I think he came with that other outcast, and they were working their little drama team together. And we hopefully won't have to deal with that again. That's kind of like why I like having that on the screen. So if I see a lot of, we get trolls in here that get racial and say some bad stuff and get political and get stupid and say some crazy shit. And it helps me keep up with everything a little bit better. But before that, man, we'd have some trolls, and Clint would have to text me, man, you need to delete this. And I'd be 20 minutes behind. I wouldn't even be seeing it. There'd be people saying some horrible things. Yeah. Go to Facebook. You're obviously on Facebook. So go to DIY Shine. And let me just do this. How about I made this? So boom. Join us on Facebook at DIY Shine and Steel Building, or the Moonshine Militia on YouTube at fieldbuildingmoonshine.com, or Moonshine Militia on Facebook. If you look at the I forgot to put that on there, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I made that last week. So yeah, DIY Shine and Steel Building or Moonshine Militia on Facebook. Join us. If it's Moonshine Militia, tell them Santa sent you. You're here from the show, so they'll know who you are, where you're from. And those charts will be in the actual files. Now, when you on the Facebook page, when you open up the group page at the very top, you'll see where it says discussion, featured, members, events, media, files. Just click on files, and inside there, you'll find some recipes. You'll find a lot of these files that I share. Most all of them will be in there, and the same on DIY Shine and steel building. Um, Adding more all the time. Need to get busy and add a lot more, but I've got to go through and check for copyrights and things like that, and clean some of these up. Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, there's several outcasts, and they all can band together, and it's just like a cancer; it just grows. But yeah, glad you mentioned that. So I can put that little banner up there. And it's also a great place to ask your questions there as well. Uh, I'm a admin on both. Clint is mod in the DIY Shine and Steel building, so come in there, ask you questions, hang out. Um, Probably be a little bit more in the files there. We're a little less um, in the militia. There's a lot of other groups that have their watermark on a lot of the stuff. I don't really care about it in the DIY page, but in the militia, they don't want a lot of that. It's, you know, so I tend to put more of my files in the DIY Shine and Steel building because I don't care about those watermarks, because it's not something or somebody that's, going to sue me, like OJB, wagon maker. He has the Moonshine Life, and he spends a lot of time, copying and creating a lot of these files and copying them from other sources, and putting his watermark on them, and sharing them with his group. And he does that, and that's fine. And I'll go ahead and share. And he's never asked me not to. In fact, he's posted some in that group before, so I don't think he minds. So a lot of his stuff I'll put in there as well. It's good information. I don't care where it comes from. I'll read it, and if it's legit, and I'll go ahead and paste it. I appreciate it, Terry. Hey, that's what we're here for, brother. We're here to teach, man. So ask away. Anybody's got questions, don't be shy. Jump in there and ask. If you got some problems, and some issues, you're definitely going to run into them the first time. Like I said earlier tonight, my first 5 or 6 times, I scorched the shit out of my corn. I wasn't a cook, and I ruined it in the mashing process. That wasn't even on the distilling end where I kind of scorched and ran it too hot. So, and we ran it on we were running a pressure cooker on an open fire. So it was the worst of the worst of the worst. It was the hardest way to go. And we messed up in every way we could, but we were young and dumb. We drank it anyway, and we're happy as hell. And thought we was something else. And I learned as the years passed, and I got more and more into it, and learned more about the science of it. Things definitely improved pretty quickly. It's either you improve it, or you just have to give it up. Yeah, that's basically what they are. Hot plate, built-in hot plate. Yeah. Yeah, and when a lot of people do run hard like that, they're getting it all together. They're getting everything and stripping it out, and just basically just separating everything you can from the water, right? And sometimes that includes flavor. But you're just trying to separate water. That's all distillation is trying to separate alcohol and water, and a few other components, methanol and heads, and a few other components. But no, but Jason makes good stuff, and basically a lot of the people use the same components, and but yeah, he makes good stuff. I'm going to make mine. I know a little bit about electrical. I've wired houses and stuff in my past, and I into electronics, and I solder boards and repair electronics and stuff. So, um, I have a little bit of knowledge. So I'll probably do my own. I know, about wire sizes and amperage ratings and all that stuff. So I will say, if you don't, Um, yeah, definitely call Phil, Billy, Jason, or somebody that knows how to do this, and have them do it, or take it to somebody knowledgeable, with electrical and electronics and stuff, and they'll be able to make it. They're fairly basic, but getting good quality parts. The capacitors in these things, you definitely want to get something with some good solid, Japanese capacitors. Some of the Chinese and some of these other capacitors will blow on you, and the units won't last very long. They overheat and they'll blow. But getting good Japanese capacitors goes a long way. And also not running it 100% all the time. Running 90% will definitely add a lot of lifetime to your elements. And so also you can go with 2. And then once you get up to temp, because a lot of people like me, they don't want to sit around and wait. So I got a 9,000 watt element. So that's about almost double what most people go, about 4 to 5,500. But yeah, he does a good job. Yeah, the glass jar thumpers. Glad you asked. They're basically infusers. They do form as kind of a thumper in which they redistill and they do remove some water. So anytime you do that, you're increasing proof, right? So more water you remove from the mash, the higher the proof is going to be, because that's what keeps the proof down, is of course the water mixed with it. So anytime that you're removing water from the vapor path, you're increasing the proof of the vapor path. So most of the jar rigs are used primarily for infusing and not necessarily as a thumper. So if you have a 3-gallon still and you have a half-gallon jar, that's a thumper, right? But if you have a 20-gallon still or a 15-gallon keg still, or 15-gallon whatever still, and you've got a half-gallon jar or 2, those are basically used for infusing, and they're great for that. I would highly recommend going with copper and either making your own or having somebody make them for you. It's just like a jar, except at the top it'll have a valve that you can open up and dump flavors in. So you don't have to remove the jar to add the flavors and dump the waters out. It'll be like a copper vessel. It'll have a drain at the bottom so you can drain everything out, and it'll have a port at the top for adding flavors back in so you can drain and add more flavors. Generally, with a half-gallon jar or a couple of quart jars in line, you'll want to go through one of those every quart jar that you fill up. You'll want to have about half of that infused flavor. And by the time you're swapping it out, water's accumulated, so you got about that much in the jar. You're taking that off, operate that bypass, take the jar off, get another infused jar and put it in. Don't pour any cold infusion into the hot jar. It's going to crack and break. That's another reason that I think that people should basically switch to a copper rig instead of a jar rig, but they work. There is an element of danger because of the glass potentially breaking. Whereas if you have a little copper with a drain, with the infusion port, and of course the in and out, then it's going to be a little safer for you, quite a bit safer. And you won't have to worry about bypassing as much, because you're not going to be removing anything and having a lot of steam building up, coming out while you're trying to get another jar on there real quick. And you got your grill gloves on, and it's hard to do anything with them big, thick ass welding gloves or grill gloves. And yeah, so it's best. And they're starting to make them. It is a little expensive, but guys, you can make your own. It doesn't have to be pretty. As long as it doesn't leak, it works, right? So look at what's out there and get you some copper, hammer it out, solder it, learn it. It doesn't matter. Oh, Marfugel Field, he's not a master builder by any stretch of imagination, but he did a repair on his. I mean, he's got solder puddled up on there, and that most plumbers would shudder at, but who gives a shit? It works. It doesn't leak anymore. And, that's all that really matters. It's not pretty. This isn't something that we're entering in a competition. This is not something that we're trying to sell to the buying public. Now, if you're a builder, then you want to up your game and you want to, have it looking a little prettier and shiny. But if you just cobble it together at home and it doesn't leak and it works, then what more could you ask for? You save a lot of money. So, and always test it, with some water. So run steam, just run off distill some water and run that off and make sure you don't have any leaks and test everything first. And then if it works fine, then you're good. If it has leaks, then take her off there and solder and puddle it up. I mean, it doesn't have to be pretty. But if people don't start making some copper inline infusers, I might just have to start doing that because I've been preaching it for years. And I know there's a few out there that will do it. I'm just not seeing a lot of them, being run, and that would be the most optimal thing, to have a bypass and several copper rigs in a row. And a lot of people want to have, you could put a little sight glass in there if you wanted to, a little, port to see, just basically you can put a ferrule in the side and they make a glass piece that fits on, and then you just put the tri clamp over that. They make those. It's a little pricey, but if you like seeing that water level and that level, and you want to have that visual, and you're worried about puking over things like that. But if you have a few in line, you're going to puke from one to the next, and you'll know it, right? Of course, you got to be able to see it, but having a little sight glass in there would be nice. But that's where the jars are real nice, so you can see everything going on. You can see how much water's coming in. You can see the infusion that once started out that was maybe a deep red if it's a strawberry or cherry, and it's starting to get thinner and thinner and the lighter red, then it's time to dump it out and reinfuse, right? Yeah. Don't worry about that, Rhyme. That's just a homemade blood thinner, right? Yeah, yeah. And on mine, yeah, with the column, um, especially when you're running a deflagmator. I've got mine set where I can adjust my deflagmator and dial in any proof I want, from no active reflux coming in at 140, 50 proof to 180, with full, or I can just open up a valve and it go to a separate port that has no deflag or column on it at all and just come straight off. So it's different. Yeah, my setups are crazy. Look like something from, what is that? Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory or something. Yeah, they look a little bit different. But yeah, I can go from anywhere from 120 to 187 just by opening up a valve and adjusting some water temperatures. And that's pretty cool, to be able to do that. Yeah, and a lot of people tend to think just because something has a lower proof that it's going to have better flavor. Now that's subjective, because sometimes certain distillates, you want to run it a little higher attenuation, get a little higher proof, because at real low proofs the flavors get muddied. And I was very guilty of this when I first started and theorizing all this stuff and putting it to practical applications and use. And I always if you lower your proof, the better the flavor. Now it's not necessarily better. You're going to get more flavor, but sometimes you can get too much and it muddies the flavor, and you don't get certain notes that you get when you make it a little thinner, right? So um, it will have most often more flavor for sure, because all that stuff tends to bond with water better than alcohol. But better is subjective, and sometimes I find that sometimes a little higher proof gives a different and sometimes, subjectively a little better flavor, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, and most people, as long as you're careful with your jars and just remember, don't go hot to cold. So, and if you have a bypass, much better. You can bypass and you don't have all those vapors coming out. And if you're open flame, it can get kind of risky, especially if you have open flame. You have a jars breaking, you're half drunk, you got liquor everywhere. Accidents happen and people get burnt all the time. And I know people that have, and or have family that have, and it's not good. And not just alcohol, just boiling it doesn't have to catch on fire. 200-degree alcohol, and water getting on you is gonna, cause some burns, major burns as well. So, a lot of people work these jars and work them perfectly fine. Now, the quality of the jar as well. A good canning jar should be able to handle a little bit of temperature changes, whereas some of these cheap jars, might not work as well. Like, for example, a pickle jar. Now, I'm not saying all pickle jars are bad, and I'm not saying, some people, oh, I've used my pickle jar for 10 years. It's never, okay, that's great. But sometimes not all pickle jars that you get are made for canning, right? It's just a glass to hold pickle juice and pickles and, pickle some pickles and cucumbers. So sometimes those aren't made to the same standards and quality as a lot of canning jars that are, have a more of a tempered type glass that are able to handle, temperature changes. But you just got to be real careful about taking a hot jar out, dumping it, and adding infusers that are lower, much lower temperature because, it could just break in your hands. And all of a sudden in the middle of the run, you're just going to have to bypass everything or shut it down. But oftentimes it's better just to have another jar handy and with that infusion in it and just screw it back in there. I know a lot of people have ferrules on their lids. They just try clamp them back on. That works as well. And then take that hot jar and let it cool, put it some hot water, let it cool. And then you can put, some infuser in there and swap them out that way. But just be careful for sure if you're going to use the glass jars. And I am way behind. That's perfect. Yep. And that'll get you about what, 10? Let's put this chart up here for those that haven't seen it. This is your hydrometer chart. And it'll show you. Well, damn it. If I get it up there, it will. Oops. Let me hide that. But this will show you if you start at a 1080, that'll get you just about 11, 10 and change ABV. So you'll get about 10 and change. And then on this right here, that means you'll start seeing stuff happen at about 197 or so. And if you see things boiling and when your pot temp's 197 and you see things dripping, use about 10%. So that's why I was saying earlier, your yeast can handle up almost to 20, but that's a high starting gravity, and the chances are that it's going to crash. The pH is going to, crash on you. You're going to get stalling. It's going to be really hot. It's going to be fiery, so it's not optimal to go above 1080 to 1.1, I guess, on some of your rums and stuff. It's okay. If you're going to make a vodka, it's kind of okay to push that a little bit higher as well because, you're going at such a high proof that you get a lot of that fieriness out. You're proofing it down considerably. But still, for a good quality alcohol, 1060 to 1080 in that range is pretty much what people, do. Now, I will say back in the old days, we didn't get as high proof starting as we do now we didn't get good grain conversions back then, and we didn't have the high temp alpha. We were dealing with it, barleys, and sometimes in malts, and and then just a few years back we were dealing with powdered amylase that wasn't the best to work with. But back in the older days, we were dealing with malts, and a lot of times you get some malts that were old or weren't, just didn't have the efficacy that they once had. So you didn't get a lot of good conversions, and you start. We were probably doing we didn't use hydrometers, so we were probably starting at a 1040, 1035, 1045, somewhere in that range. And, your first run gets you about 80 proof coming off. And that's a lot of times why we'd run subsequently several runs to get the proof up. And that's one of the another reasons we'd put tails in there, is to increase the production, because we weren't getting a lot of production at higher proof without adding those tails. And once we combined that with several runs, and then hence came the three X's on the jar, that just meant 3 runs. It doesn't mean that it's poison or 3 times as toxic or anything. It just means it was run 3 times. Yeah, Miss Lisa, we're gonna have to get her to put us a calendar together. Hear me? Damon's slacking. Damon's busy though. And Dunder, the rum question with the rum, and the stratification. If you were talking about Dunder as well, then you're going to be dealing with a lot of different reactions going on, and bacterias and other things. And it's it's different. I did a little Dunder experiment a couple years ago, and I don't do enough rum to really build one, but I do know that it started inside and ended up outside. It's they're pretty nasty, and yeah, it's attracted a lot of yellow jackets and bugs. And um, I, I I I just like doing my rums with a little bit of brown sugar. I like using that dark brown sugar, and maybe a little molasses to add to it, but just pure molasses and sugar, or just pure molasses. I mean, it's an acquired taste. Some people love it, some people don't. Kind of like sweet feed. Some people love it, some people don't. Same principle. But I tend to like the dark brown sugar, because it's got a higher concentration of that molasses, but I also have the sugar. And I like using it with bananas and pineapples and making rums like that. I'm thinking about doing a coconut. I think that'd be interesting infusion. Uh, but yeah, things like that. And of course, my banana turned out pretty good, and I mixed that with my root beer and infused with root beer, and that made a really interesting root beer. So it's a root beer rum based rum. So yeah, it's there's a lot of different ways to do it. There's no right or wrong. It's just what you prefer. A lot of people like a different taste of different things. If not, there wouldn't be a lot of different bottles in the liquor store. Everybody pretty much be picking the same one if we all like the same things. But that's one thing in distilling, and a lot of this, you'll find a lot of people push things off as fact because it's what they prefer. I try not to do that, because just because I like it or don't like it does not mean that it's right or wrong, or that somebody else will like it or not like it. So I try to separate facts from opinions, because there's a lot of subjective things in here. There's you can do a sugar wash without nutrients. Now you might stress your yeast. It might create an off flavor that I consider off and bad. And some people might say, well, that's a good flavor. I like that. And that's fine. I mean, if that's good for you, then it's good. I'm not going to say it's wrong. I'm just going to say that more people probably would prefer it not have that flavor. But if you like it, go for it. It's who am I to tell you what you should and shouldn't like? And some of these off flavors, some people love that. It's like my banana rum had a grungy flavor. Some people might not prefer. Once it's mixed with the root beer, it gives it a good dark grunge with that root beer, and I think it gave it the depth that I really wanted, and it made it awesome. And some people may not like it. It's there's a lot of opinions when it comes to a lot of these things. Is the danger worth a lot of the flavor increase? That's a really good question. I would say it would depend on the setup. If you're running electric and and you're in a place where if it spills everywhere, it's not going to be a big problem, and you don't drink a lot while you're distilling, and you're very safe, and you're not sitting underneath where the jars are and it could break and splash all over your lap. I'm sure there's a lot of things that would make it, that would say, no, you shouldn't do it if this is how you run. But it does add a lot of flavor, especially like when you use 2 or 3 jars. It does add a lot of flavor. I can say that it definitely, you know, does that. But you could get that same impact by using copper vessels or stainless vessels instead. I say copper because it's just so easy to hammer it and solder it together. Anybody can do it, and you can puddle that shit up and make it work. Whereas if you're dealing with stainless, you're gonna have to get in there with a little TIG welder or something and braze it or braze it. How many bags of sweet corn do I need to do 10 gallons? Okay, so generally you need a couple of pounds of corn per gallon, or other grains. If you decide to use other grains, a couple more. Now, if you're talking about sweet corn, it's going to be a little bit different because, if you're talking about, sweet corn. Okay. So sweet corn is going to be a little bit different because you're not going to be doing as much starch conversion. You can cook it, gelatinize it, and convert it like you do a field corn, but it's of less importance too. I tend to, Luke, I sweet corn is expensive, and yellow dent number 2 corn is cheap as hell. So, for example, a pound of regular corn is going to cost you a couple of bucks, right? At the store, sweet corn. By the ear, hell, 30 to 50 cents an ear these days, unless you know a farmer. So sweet corn can get pretty expensive, whereas 50-pound bag of yellow dent number 2, you can pick up for $7, 7, 8, $12, depending on where you go. So, that $7 for 50 pounds can make you 100-gallon mash, for $7. So that's pretty cheap liquor. If you do sweet corn to get that much, it's going to be hundreds, right? Hundreds of dollars. So, and you can get, now, when I say this is an opinion again, but you can get just as good a sweet corn you can get just as good a corn liquor running a yellow dent or an heirloom field, lesser expensive corn. And then, like we're talking about the jar rigs or using some of these copper rigs or infusion rigs, using cream corn or your sweet corn in those to get that sweet corn flavor across once you distill. Because that's really when you start getting that, you can use cream corn and just use immersion blender or regular blender and get all your little kernels, get it all blended up into I guess like a milkshake, real thick, and put that in your infusers and keep changing it out as you go. And I would say that would be the best use of sweet corn for that, to use that as an infusion flavor. Than to try to just mash in that sweet corn. Now, it'll work perfectly fine. It'll make really good liquor, but it gets really expensive. And you could do both and put them side by side and do a blind test. And it's like, I don't know, and it would be hard to tell that $7 100, 100-gallon mash versus that $300, 100-gallon mash, where you're having to, pay a couple dollars a pound for a good sweet corn, right? If you know a farmer, you can definitely make, good mash with sweet corn and make good liquor with it. Absolutely. But it just gets expensive, and I'd rather eat it and put it in the freezer and just eat it, and feed my family with it than to waste that kind of money and distill a lot of that flavor away, only to need to add more to that infuser to get that flavor back. Whereas I could just use the yellow dent, use that cream corn, or infuse some good sweet corn, and get that flavor to carry over. And it'll be hard to tell the difference if you can. And some people might prefer the yellow dent with that, or an heirloom that you can get relatively cheap, Um, but it gets expensive using that heirloom corn, and the same would apply to that. At the end, yes, you can taste the difference, especially if you use like a oily corn, or like a um, some of the reds, Jimmy Reds and Bloody Butcher. That Bloody Butcher gets pretty oily, and you can definitely taste the oil. Some prefer a cheap yellow dent to that, because it's got that oily taste. A lot of people just don't like it, and you can pay up to $2 a pound for that corn. That's as expensive as a sweet corn. Or you could just use the yellow dent, which has been making whiskey for hundreds of years, and most of your best bourbons on the market were made with cheap yellow dent corn, and it makes a perfectly fine alcohol. And if you can, age it properly, you can make yourself some really fine whiskey and bourbon with that cheap corn. And that's what especially for beginners, I recommend. Once you've done it years and you start getting bored and you want to try, doing some heirlooms and doing it in small batches. That's the benefit that we have too in doing, small batches, is we can afford to experiment. So if you're doing just a 10-gallon mash, spending $20 on corn is not gonna break the bank, and it's not gonna be a big issue. And it'll be a fun experiment. It'll be an expensive jar or two, to enjoy. But if you're looking for production, it's not gonna be worth it. So it depends on really but yeah, getting the dent and the yellow dent I'm talking about, just the bags of corn, Tractor Supply, your southern states, it's considered a feed corn, but that doesn't mean it's of a lesser grade. It just means that it's yellow dent that they bagged it up to use as a feed. And look, at some places may spray a propionic acid on it to keep it fresh. If so, you can rinse that off and clean it and let it soak before you grind it up. But I'd say, using that good old yellow dent, especially for beginners and learning to convert, is great. Before you learn to convert, being able to just take that yellow dent corn or cracked corn, and mix it with a little sugar and make you some thin mash and get your feet wet doing that, and then graduating into conversions. And then once you get good at converting, then maybe spend some time, with some more expensive sweet corns and heirloom corns, and trying to get some unique and individual, flavors from those, or try combinations and things like that. But I wouldn't recommend anybody beginning do that, because you just get a lot of money invested in a mash, especially when you start doing brandies and fruits. Fruit's expensive, so ease into that as well. So start cheap and work your way up. Make your mistakes, cut your teeth on the cheap corn, and then once you get adjusted, you're able to make good cuts, because there's no use in using fine, expensive sweet corns and expensive heirloom corns if you're not even able to make good cuts yet, right? Because it's all going to taste the same. It's not going to be good. So, like I say, cut your teeth on the cheap stuff, and then once you get some experience under your belt, then start graduating into some other things. But you might want to use a little bit more sweet corn if you're grinding it up and just using the corn juice and trying to extract it, and but blend it up real good, and you can add a little bit of sugar, but it's going to be a few pounds probably per gallon. And I'm way behind. 4 pound bags. Yeah, you could probably get about a gallon and a half for a 4 pound bag. Be about right. There are no dumb questions, brother. So no, don't ever worry about that. There are no dumb questions in here. I don't care how basic and how simple they are. If you just want, what's the best way to light a propane burner? I mean, you know, newspaper, long match. We'll answer any question. There ain't nothing that's too simple. Nope, none. No. So any question you got, we'll answer. And there ain't no dumb questions. You know, everybody's got to learn somehow, and it's best to learn from somebody else that's made the mistake than to make that mistake. Sometimes we got to make them ourselves to learn, because it's a little bit harder to forget sometimes when we learn the hard way. But it's sometimes save you a lot of money learning from somebody else, you know, that's made that mistake. What's going on, Tim? I'm sorry I'm so behind, brother. Good to see you. I'm way behind. I apologize, but I want to get this out there. We got a lot of new people, you know, in here tonight, and I know Clint's working his butt off answering a lot of these things, and I want to just kind of expound on a lot of things, and hopefully he's looks like he's doing a great job of answering a lot of your questions as well. So everybody give Clint a big round of applause. He's a big help, man. He helps out a lot here, and he's very knowledgeable. I taught him everything he knows. So I'm kidding. Clint worked at a commercial distillery for a while, so he's very knowledgeable. Yeah, that's your biggest risk. Infusion, cool, and swapping them out. And using those big, thick ass gloves, trying to screw them on and off. It's just, I don't know. We're gonna have to get more people because those little small copper, you know, having the valve and the ferrule and the ports, it can't be that, you know. I mean, it's definitely going to cost you more than a damn jar and soldering a lid on, but you're going to get a lot more life and use out of it and benefit. I might just start making those, but somebody don't step up and start making more of them. Yeah, yeah. There's no so every question, simple question that you ask, there's hundreds of people that'll listen to it. You know, we get over 1,000 people listening to these every one of these podcasts. By the time it's all said and done, we'll have 700 to 1,000 Facebook viewers and at least somewhere 4, 5, 600 on Philbillies, you know, alone. You can see how many views they get. So, you know, there's a lot of people watch these and listening. So every question that you ask, it's something that they probably wondering as well. So we'll try to touch on every one of them. And if you're just listening, oh, let me turn these back on. So if you're just listening, you don't get it. You just get to hear me go on about shit. You don't get to see Clint. So watch the videos. I know a lot of times people are busy and all they do is listen to it on, you know, and don't get a chance to read and follow along. But I am going to try a camera. I bought a camera mentioned earlier, and I'm going to try to get it up on the screen here so we can see the chat better. But the first camera I got, it was a 1080p, but it was horrible. I had a lot of noise, so we're gonna upgrade that to a little better camera and see if we can't get that worked out. Because I like having this chat here where everybody can read it and see the questions and stuff. Because if you're on Facebook, in the comments, all you see is Facebook comments. If you're on YouTube, all you see is the YouTube comments. That's why I put them on the screen here because you can see Scott's from YouTube and right below it, Chris's. And Shadow's on here, so I'm going to have to say shots. I just missed that whistle wedding time. Yes, sir. I'm way behind, but I did see that. 30 minutes, or I'm more than 30 minutes behind. What do I think about running catnip? Interesting question, Terry. That's a very interesting question. I've never thought about that, but I do know like sassafras, mint absolutely would be cool to add for infusions and things like that. As far as I don't know how much sugars you would be able to get out of mint. I don't know how much starch is actually in a mint. Sassafras is a good flavor. but you have to be careful because of saffron. It's toxic. Um, Dandelion tea, yeah, absolutely. Birch, yeah. There's a lot of, uh, but also with some woods and stuff, you got to be kind of careful. There's a lot of allergies, hives. I know if I drink anything that's been aged in like a red oak or had red oak put on it, I break out in hives, or a red maple, whereas white oak doesn't bother me at all, but a red oak would give me splotches and hives on my chest and stuff. So, and a lot of people of Nordic or Gaelic ancestry get that way, lighter skin from, Ireland and Scotland and Sweden and Finland, and a lot of that area tend to react to that a little differently. Um, but it dandelion tea. There's we were talking about that earlier. I was posting some things, and Miss Lisa's a great person to ask and talk to about that. There's a lot of good flowers like honeysuckle, dandelion. Now, if you do dandelion, don't get them from your yard or somebody else's yard where somebody might have used weed and feed in the last year or five, because a lot of those chemicals can still be present in those plants. It might not be enough to kill you, but it can hurt you. It can give you slow damage to your liver, and you might not even know it, or another organ in your body, and you not even know it. If it's a wild field that they've never sprayed at all, they've never done nothing in that field, or a field that was once a farm, and now it's just kind of grown over. Those tend to be a little safer, but still, the farms had a lot sprayed in it too. So wild pastures that don't get sprayed, if you're going to collect, that's a great place to collect. But right now, Redbud's coming in. Redbud makes a really good tea and jelly and wine. I know Mimosa makes a good. You can collect dandelions. You can collect violets. There's a lot, and there's some flowers that you don't want to use. Some may be toxic, so be careful and read up on it before you do. But yeah, any of those flowers make really good grape or very good jellies, wines, and a lot of it gets lost in distillation. So using that in your mash can give it certain notes, and adding it maybe to an infusion, which I've not done, but might work as well. And giving you some florals, or maybe like in a gin basket, and steeping would definitely be another way in your final product. Steeping some flowers in there to get some of those notes would definitely be another way of getting some good flavors in there. Because it doesn't have to all be clear. I don't know why people get fixated on the clear, and if you add something to it, you've created, like the world's worst sin. And there's nothing wrong with post flavoring. A lot of liquor gets mixed by bartenders, so there's nothing wrong with mixing it in that jar before it goes out, right? So we need to get past that. And I think this day and time a lot of people are. That's why there's a lot of change in the liquor industry. That a lot of people are getting away from bourbons and whiskeys, and they're going with pre-canned drinks of like vodka with juices that actually taste good. That tastes great. Now, I'm a bourbon guy. I love my bourbon and my whiskeys. You're never going to get me away from that. But there's something to be said for it. There's a lot of good flavor, with a fruit juice and a vodka. I love vodka and orange juice, or vodka and tropical punch. It's just good. So, but that's where kind of tastes are kind of going. They're getting away from the bourbon, and you'll see the bourbon and whiskey industry starting to feel it. Some of these prices are starting to come down on some of these rare bottles and stuff. So, it's the market's kind of changing. You see a lot of it here in Kentucky. I see it. We got distilleries shutting down and retooling for doing different things because of it too. They're adjusting to the market demands, and they've really overproduced for the last 10 years because there's a huge demand. But also we've got, places in Japan and other places that are creating bourbons and well, whiskeys. Technically they can't call it bourbons, but whiskeys and stuff that are competing and kind of, there's more and more, and everybody and their mother is trying to make whiskey, and it's just the market's glutted with it, and so and the young people and the younger generations, they don't care if it's clear. They don't care, they're going more for flavor. So they don't give a shit if that jar is clear or not. They don't care about how you distilled it or how you infused that flavor. They're like, well, why did you go to that much trouble? Why didn't you just make a vodka and pour some damn juice in there? They're like, why would you go to, all that trouble when this just tastes better, and they do have a point. So there's something to be said for it. Yeah, most people when they go to electric, they don't go back. That's why I'm gearing up for electric. Everybody that I've talked to, except maybe one or two people, um, they not going back to propane. Yeah, for all the new beginners on here and the new people, we're here every Tuesday and Saturday, unless I'm feeling bad. I missed one day out of the last, well, unless it was a festival, I missed one day out of the last few years, couple of years, but I was sick this past weekend. It's my birthday, and I drank way too much Friday, and I felt it all day Saturday, and I was run down on 2 hours sleep. And I do apologize for everybody that missed it. But those things happen. But I felt horrible. I was so run down on 2 hours sleep. It's just if I'd have gotten on here, man, I've been nodding off and hung over, and whew, you don't want to see me that way. I've probably been a little grumpy too. But yeah, we're on here every Tuesday and Saturday at 8 Eastern. And we'll hang out to 10 or 11. Sometimes we'll cut her off at 10. And if I get way behind, hell, I'll sit here and talk. And hell, I've done all night podcasts before. Hell, next morning, 8 in the morning, people's like, you still on here? Hell yeah. I've just been drinking and talking and answering questions. So yeah, I've been doing this for a while. But yeah, we had some good times. But yeah, we try to cut it down because Clint, man, he can't hang. He's getting old. He got to have his beauty rest. So about 11 o'clock, he has to go. Yeah, we got people from all over the world watching, from New Zealand, England, Canada. We got Irish, we got Scottish, we got Australia. Trying to think of all the places. I know there's some Asian, um, maybe a couple of Middle Eastern. Uh, but yeah, from all over Mexico. Yeah, definitely from Mexico and South America. Some from Brazil been on here. So yeah, we get people from all over. That's the beauty of the internet, and I love it. It helps, and also I would definitely enjoy a lot of people from those areas too. If you're listening to the show and you've got some different distillate and y'all do things a little differently, I've looked at some of the videos and I'm amazed at some of the ingenuity and methods that you all do things, and different uh, plants and fruits and stuff that you ferment and distill or make wines out of. Share your knowledge with us. I love looking at a lot of these different cultures and how they do things differently. I'm starting to try to broaden my knowledge. I know Alan and Alan Bishop and Amanda both, are into that as well, and they know quite a bit more about that than I do. And I'm trying to increase my knowledge of that because I'm amazed by it and the history of things. Other than my history, I didn't read a whole lot about the history of it. I was more interested in the science of it. So I've got the science pretty much now and understood. I mean, there's a lot of intricacies that I don't grasp and I'm not interested in. As far as the chemical reactions and how it goes from C2H6O4 to another compound. I used to be into all that. I don't care about that anymore. But I'm definitely more into different methods and different fruits and different cultures and how they do things. It's very interesting for me. I love the videos. Watching some of these videos, it's amazing. Hello, Miss Tammy. I didn't see you sneak in here. I'm sorry I missed you. Hope you're doing well. JJ's out of here, and that was shit. That's almost an hour ago. I'm so sorry, JJ. I know you probably ain't here anymore. I'm sorry. I got a long winded tonight. He did, Clint. I remember that person. I remember that. I definitely do. And when I saw that, it was the exact same thing. And I can't believe I'm that far behind. That's why I normally wouldn't ban somebody like that. I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. But after I thought about it, I'm like, this is that same dude that did the same shit. And it's been months ago. Yeah, it's been about 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, same shit. I know it is. He ain't doing it no more unless he creates him a new page because I sent him packing. He did. It is the same. I remember it. Yeah, it's just a troll. He may be with Outcast, he may not, but yeah, it don't matter. But I'm gonna have a little talk with Mr. Outcast because I ain't never said nothing about his wife or him. I don't care. To me, it's all drama, a bunch of bullshit. I don't care about him or none of that stuff they got going on. That's why when it's on the show and on the shit show and all that in the past, I get quiet because I don't care. I don't deal with that. Not interested. I do know that he did cheat some people and he took money from them. Now, whether he paid them back, I don't know, but that's beside the point. He did take. How many times should you run it to get the best result? Good question. It will depend on different distillates, and if you're not happy with the results you got from the first run, there's absolutely nothing wrong with dumping it back in there into your back set if you want to and running it all again, or proofing it down with water, which will remove quite a bit of flavor, whether it be good or bad. Sometimes it's not good if you're rerunning it. Chances are it might not be good. Um, but yeah, it's never ruined, unless it gets scorched or, you get some really bad hazardous toxic bacteria or molds or something in there that you may be allergic to or be bad, like a black mold or something, which is very rare. But um, generally in the past, we ran it multiple times because we started with the low proof and we didn't get a decent proof on our first run, and we would run it that second time to up the proof. That's why when the thumpers came out with the thumpers and they called it doublers, it didn't double, but it would increase proof, and you could get that proof up there with one run and make it marketable where you didn't have to run it again. Time is money. And in the moonshine business, being able to run it once and sell it made a big difference between having to break down, proof it down, run it again, cost that much more time. A lot of times it was wood, so it wasn't necessarily propane, but it would take a lot more time and effort. You'd have to wait for everything to cool off. You had to dump the steel. You had to proof it all down, put it back in the steel. You'd have to get enough to run in the steel because, you went from, 10-gallon mash to, a couple of gallons of product, a gallon and a half of product after it proofed down. So um, you couldn't, wasn't really efficient to run that in a big steel, wasn't safe. And so you'd have to, save up a few runs, strip a few and get you a bunch of buckets built up and then, and then run them all, proof them down, run them all again and try to get your proof up. So thumpers helped a lot, increasing proof, and adding tails increased the volume that we got. So what necessarily done for flavor, but stripping and running again it will change the flavor. And as you get a lighter alcohol, certain flavors tend to come out more. So like a cognac versus a normal brandy versus something that maybe a brandy that was run on a column. So you go from a cognac where you're basically taking and dumping everything into the back set and run it again, which I like to do because I don't mind muddy, dark, lots heavy flavor, and a lot of people don't like it. They'll taste it, they'll be like, "That's not that good," and I'm like, "I like it," you know. And grungy stuff, I tend to like. So some people like it lighter, so they'll run it again, and then all of a sudden you'll see certain flavor notes coming out. Florals and fruitier flavors can come out that were once muddied and kind of hidden. So, and then you can do it again and take those out. So you ran it too many times. So there is too many, and sometimes there's not enough. So, and that will vary depending on the distillate. So, um, if you're happy with it on the first run, it's good. Then stick with it and let it mature and estrify. You can let it sit out and let the volatiles out, and then jar it up, let it sit in the jars. You don't have to put oak on everything to make it better. I like oaked whiskeys and stuff, but you don't necessarily want to, oak a blackberry brandy. That may ruin the taste of a blackberry brandy. Um, so it would depend on the distillate, and experiment, and try and learn each time. This is how this is tasting this time. Now, not real happy with it. It's got some muddied flavor. I'm not getting a lot of different notes, and then run it again, and you'll notice that tends to kind of get sweeter as you run it more and more. And pure ethanol is a little more sweeter than a mixed ethanol when you get a little of the others, and it gets sweeter as it esterifies. So you get some of this ethyl acetates and some of these things that tend to esterify with the organic acids and oils, and create some good floral notes that you didn't have. So what might not be the best result after it sits for a while, it may mature and improve. Um, so it just depends. I wish there was a one solid answer that, yeah, the more you run it, the better it gets. But that's just not the case. But for a lot of things, having subsequent runs can definitely um, improve as you run it a couple times. Awesome, awesome. So I want to hear what you man, I remember when electric first everybody started going with electric and all that, and I'm like, man, that's gonna scorch. That's gonna be that you gotta be able to taste that. There's gotta be some bad taste in that. It's gotta that element being right on your mash. I don't care if it's cleared out, there's still milky and it's still gonna, create some kind of scorchy this, that. I've tried so many of them that've been run on electric, and that's just not the case. I was wrong about that, and I don't care to admit it. I appreciate it, Marie. You have a good evening. I'm sorry I'm behind. I need to try to do better and keep up with everybody. What's going on, Brian? Good to see you. Oceanside, California. Man, that's a beautiful place. I went from all over California back in the early 80s. I went to the US Festival out there and had a buddy lived with his aunt. He moved out there to take care of his aunt, and I don't know who was taking care of who really, but uh, he moved out there, and she lived just outside of San Francisco. And so I went out there for the US Fest, and we drove down from San Francisco all the way down to LA, and this was at Glen Helen's Regional Park in San Bernardino outside LA, and camped and went to that festival and drove home, and then drove back down the next weekend for the country western show that was the next weekend. And I tell you, it was a good time. California's a beautiful place, and the gals out there loved my southern accent. Man, they were enamored by it. Let's just put it that way. But it was a good time. It was a real good time. L.A. then was pretty wild, but so was I. I can't imagine what it's like today, though. 50 years later, man, it's I'd say it's pretty wild. What is that? 83 to now? It'd be 20 years to 2003. 20 about 46 years, 43, 44 years. Man, it's a long time ago. I'm sure it's changed a lot. What's going on, Form? Good evening, Mr. Farmer. Farm Mall and Fords, yes, sir. We got some people in the militia that are big into tractors. I think old Tom Crum he loves that old tractor stuff. Him and some of his buddies. He collects a lot of that old tractor stuff. I always wanted to have a farm. What's going on, Richard? Good to see you, brother. I'm sorry I'm behind y'all. I appreciate you, Richard. And there sure is. I kind of touched on that earlier. There's some groups out there that have moonshine in the name, and most of the things that are posted in that group have nothing to do with moonshine. I post this stream to some of them, and if you're in one of those, you're not getting your question answered. It come on over. The info's streaming below. I'm not trying to poach members. I'm just trying to help and educate, and they're not getting it there. There are a few knowledgeable people and a couple of them that are trying to help, but there's just so much misinformation and so many people there that are Google distillers that never distilled the first thing in their life, but they get online and read about it, and if they're passing on good knowledge, that's good, that's fine. But there's a lot of things that experience. We got our domain cursed. Oh my God, the cult of Wang Tung, who has cursed this domain? Oh my, will we ever be the same? We're so sorry, Chung Lu. So people are so stupid. We've been cursed by Wang Chung. Can you store high proof in stainless steel? Yes, absolutely. Yes, you can. Yeah, stainless and glass are actually the two best things to store alcohol in. Uh, Plastic buckets are no bueno. If it were just ethanol, pure ethanol, and you made some vodka and it's 196 proof, yeah, you can keep that in an HDPE bucket and you'll be all right. But when you start getting acetones and ethyl acetates and things like that in there, they break down plastics. We do know that, right? JJ was talking earlier about the acetone that uses a primer on your PVC. It helps break it down and prepare it for the glue, and it helps get it ready, and it breaks it down. So if you have pure ethanol, that's okay in HDPE and PET and LDPE, but be careful about the plastics and make sure they're rated properly, and it makes sure it's pure ethanol. And chances are you don't have pure ethanol, and it's probably not best to store it in it. Now, as far as some of these pouches and stuff people hand out, having something like that for a short period of time, this can be fine. It's not going to be a big deal. But as far as long term storage, absolutely not. Now, the PET, which is what most of your plastic whiskey and vodka, the bottles that you get at the store that are made of plastic, those are polyethyl toluene, PET, and that's fine. But yeah, there's nothing like glass or stainless. Those are definitely the two best things to store it in for sure. Definitely lots of misinformation, and I don't I like telling somebody you're wrong, because they're not really wrong. They were just misinformed, right? So they learned something and they're right, in which They learned it, but they learned it from somebody that was teaching them something that was just factually wrong. So, but we do try to separate facts from opinions too, because, you know, everybody's different, and everybody likes different things. So sometimes it's an opinion thing, but like, the question of storing alcohol, it's a fact that you shouldn't store things with, and people will argue me up and down why you can store it in plastic forever. And okay, if it's pure ethanol, yes, you can. But once you mix some heads in there, then those heads will break down some of the plastics. And if you don't understand microplastics and how that's becoming a problem in modern day health, then you need to be more informed. I'm not going to call you stupid, but you need to educate yourself and read about those. And if you're not concerned about it, you probably should be, and it will break down some of those plastics. And it's just not something that you want to do, especially for a long term. Like say in a pouch, somebody mailing you a pouch and, you drink it within a week or two, it's fine. But letting it sit for a year or two and age in a plastic pouch like that with heads in there and ethyl acetates and acetones, and no, you shouldn't do that. That's a fact. Yep, and that's what we're all about, trying to make it a safe hobby and enjoyable. Yeah, you rebel man. Right. And that's based on your steel. So somebody that runs a little bit different a setup or a different steel with a different column or cap, theirs is going to be different. So so you learn based on your setup, it's going to vary. And once you get experience like Chris has, then you can start going on that, especially if each mash is the same. But if you're trying different things, you're going from brandy to grain to sugar shine to rums to meads to it's going to vary. So, well, that's what we're here for. Yeah, and you can go on if you're on Philbilly Moonshine page, you can go to the video section and you can see his videos from the past and ours here from the past. And don't don't judge us based on what you see on the shit show. Now, promise me that, because the Friday night shows, if it's Amanda and Wayne and Damon on there, it can be definitely informative and great. But if it's the Friday night shit show, don't judge us. Just don't judge us, because it's anything but educational, and that's the reason we do it. We're just kind of cutting loose and saying what we want to say, but we can't some other times. So I might say some stuff on there that I wouldn't dream of saying on this, and it's just trying to focus on certain things, and that's one of those we just kind of let it all out. Yeah, Tuesdays and Saturdays, 8 Eastern. Yeah, and Clean's right. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to do this. Some people just want to know why and how and everything there is to know about it. And it's a deep rabbit hole you can go into and learn more about the science and get into the chemical equations and how you start with these chemical compounds and you mix them and create reactions, and this is what it synthesizes to, and this is the ending reaction and their compound after the reaction. So yeah, it can be quite interesting if you're into that. But if you're not into that, you don't have to be to make some of the best stuff in the world. Just trial and error. works wonders, and experience. Nothing can replace it. All the knowledge in the world can't replace the experience. It can help you avoid mistakes, but as far as experience, I can talk till I'm blue in the face, and you're still going to have to get experience. So that's what we're here for, to help you along, and you will stumble. There'll be a few things, especially like I said earlier, every fall and winter and early spring, every so many ferments stall just simply because of temperature, and the time it takes is drastically reduced. Well, I started last summer, and everything worked off 5 or 6 days. Everything's fine. Now all of a sudden it's all gone to hell. I can't mash nothing in. And they, of course, they don't have the science. They don't want to learn the science. So we have to kind of explain, well, you get you some pH paper and let's test the pH. It's that, or let's get a thermometer in there. Let's take the temperature. Did you check the yeast to make sure it's viable and do a yeast starter first? Maybe the yeast isn't viable anymore. Maybe, there's so many different factors that we can, scientifically eliminate. But once you learn the basics, it's basically taking a pH, dipping the paper in there, and holding it up to the chart and figuring out where the color matches the most. Pretty simple. It's just a lot of basic science. You can get into the complexities of it, but taking temperature, being able to read the hydrometer, and knowing the little meniscus and knowing the temperature that you need to read. And, a few things, if you can apply those, just a few basic skills. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to take temperature, read a hydrometer. We can teach it in a day. And once we teach it and explain it to you, it's easily understandable. Even a caveman can do it. So this is like Geico. So, and, there's a lot of old moonshiners that have no knowledge of science and not a lot of knowledge of, much of anything, but can make some of the best liquor you ever put your lips to. And that's purely because of recipes handed down and experience. So, but you could ask them to do a gin and they just scratch their head and they wouldn't even know the first thing of what things to put in there. And then others would have the family recipe of gin. We've been making gin for 200 years, my family, and they can make the best damn gin you've ever had. So, but it does help to have some fundamental knowledge of being able to read pHs, which anybody can do once somebody shows you how to do it. Reading the thermometer, anybody can do that. Reading a hydrometer is almost as easy as a thermometer, but there is a little bit more to it. But being able to do those three will eliminate a lot of issues in mash making. Now, from there on, it boils down to being able to cook your corn at a certain temperature for a certain amount of time. So you have to be able to tell time. So it's not complex. These things, So it's basic. The amount of knowledge you have to do it is very basic. It can be very simple, and you can come out with some great product, and not have to care about learning any of it. And and just basically just so that's great that y'all want to learn all that. I ain't got the time and the inclination. I'm just wanting to make some good corn liquor, or I'm just wanting to make some good vodka, and I've listened, I've learned, I do the basics. I'm getting great results. That's all I need to know. I appreciate all the rest of the information, but I've got a really good product, and that is really all they need to know, because you've achieved your goal of making a good product. You don't have to know why. So if your mind's inquisitive, we can hopefully answer a lot of those questions for you. But it gets to the complexity and to a certain point where, you know, sometimes I don't know, like we were talking about the stratification of the rum, and when you use molasses, why his gravity went from, one to the other than maybe the temperature at which the gravity was taken, which is a possibility. Other than that, I don't know why it went up. Maybe, you know, if it were something that were like a grain, sometimes the starting gravity can increase because you've got glucoamylase working and creating more fermentable sugars, debranching and creating more fermentable sugars, and the yeast isn't working off at all. So you're increasing gravity overnight by something like that happening. I can see that happening, but in a molasses, maybe there is some glucose going on there that's increasing the gravity and creating some of those, changing some of those fermentables. Maybe he used a yeast that was a rum yeast, and the yeast was not viable anymore, but the glucose was still viable. So maybe some of the glucose, I mean, these are all things, it's who knows, but maybe some of the glucose was debranching some of those unfermentables, and all of a sudden he's getting more fermentables, but it still should read the same amount of sugar either way. So it's kind of a mystery. I would think that it would have gone the other way, but other than temperature, it's a really tough question to answer. I don't know. Maybe some rum maker might be able to clue me in on why that would happen. I'm trying to think of all the different possibilities, scientifically, and I just don't understand. How hard is it to get cream corn out of your thumper? It's not that bad. No, just spray it out. Yeah, it's fine. But it's good. Try it out, man. Or get you some fresh sweet corn, puree that out, or get you some cream corn, or a little bit of both. Puree it, make you a little milkshake of it. But yeah, it'll all wash out. I mean, you might have to get a brush. Some of the might bounce up on the sides, get a little caked on where it heats up and sticks to the sides. But for the most part, it's not bad. You could probably run some boiling water through there and clean it up pretty easily, or use a brush. But yeah, it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick too bad. But it's good. Definitely has good flavor. You got to try it. Yeah, if you start out, I mean, we've had a few guys in here, that listened and applied and learned, and that's another thing. The more knowledge that you gain before you do it, um, will definitely increase your chances of your first run being better than mine was. I wasn't very well informed. I wasn't informed at all. In fact, I read a Foxfire book, and that was about it. I didn't even have TV shows to watch or nothing. I was very young, and this was back in the early '70s. So yeah, it was a learning experience, cooking the corn, and just, we weren't even converting. We were just melting sugar and corn and scorching the corn, and yeah. Then we learned to kind of put the sugar in the water and dissolve that first, then add the corn. Yeah, that way you wouldn't run the risk of scorching it. Yeah, we figured that out. Took a while. But yeah, I didn't run thin mash for a long time. What's going on, Trickster? 17? No. Are they really? Oh my goodness. For just regular yellow dent? Oh my God. It may be different at different stores too. Let's see what Tractor Supply got here. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, it wants to know my location just this time. Okay. That might be. You're not getting my email address. Sorry about that. Whole corn, producer pride. 1092 here, but I'd say it varies everywhere. That's why it asked me where I was, because I'd say it varies. But yeah, that's a good price. I actually need I need to go get me some of that. It's usually around 12, 13. It's on sale right now, a little cheaper. But I know that Bucky's. Let me check Bucky's. Bucky's had it for like $7. But I haven't been there yet. But everybody's saying that Bucky's had it for $7, but it was outside, so they were worried about it being stored outside. Now I don't know if they meant outside just in a covered shed or outside in the sun and rain. I can't imagine that. It'd get moldy as shit. But yeah, let's see what Bucky's. Buckeye. No, I said Bucky's, not Buckeye. Oh. Well, I guess I'm going to have to Google it and then go from there because I ain't able to get to. Yeah, it helps if you spell it Bucees. I wasn't spelling it right. Dirt. Well, where's your search? I need to search. Well, shit. Maybe let me see. Let me do our location. We got one fairly close to us here. I need to go to and get directions. Let's see if I can go to their website. Well, they need to step up their game. I don't see a website, but anyway, I heard it was about $7 or $8. A 50-pound bag there. And who's the other one? Tractor Supply, and we got one in Georgetown. It's the other one. I never can remember it. Real King. Thank you, Jeff. I was brainstorming. I couldn't. Yeah, we got a Rural King in Georgetown and a Tractor Supply in Nicholasville. I usually go to Tractor Supply. It's closer, but both of them are fine. Actually, I think I went to Rural King the last time and got some, but both of them are about the same price. I do want to check Rural King out though because I didn't check them. I want to see. I need corn. I need to get some corn, so this is where I'm looking. Country Road, whole corn, 50-pound bag, $8.99. So it looks like I'm going Rural King. Because all the yellow dent's about the same. This is premium cracks, about $1 more. And this has cob and all. And no, I don't want apple flavored. I see people asking about the apple flavored deer corn. For the love of God, no. I don't know what, we don't know what is in that. I guess it's edible for deer, so it might not be harmful, but I just can't imagine it being good. Now, here's some sweet corn, a pound, $15. Yeah. And that's for seed, but still, people don't understand when you buy corn that's not cracked, that can be used as seed unless it's a hybrid. So, but let's see. And I don't want to get any of this deer rack stuff because all that has supplements and stuff and salts and other things to help build racks. So maybe that's where a lot of people get scared of buying feed corn because they've heard of all the horror stories of people getting all these supplemented corns. But when you just get whole corn feed, just kernels of corn, other than it being sprayed with possibly propionic acid to keep it fresh, it's perfectly fine. And it would be it does propionic acid as a preservative. So most of them will. Some of them will list that, some of them won't. And I'm glad that they do list that. I'm going to see if Tractor Supply says that. because I'm glad that they put that out there. It's good that they do that and you can rinse it off. It's just something they spray on there, and if it's not going to kill you, it's not like that. And I'm sure most of them do it. But if you know a farmer, definitely you can get the best deals, and you're going to get some corn without propionic acid. Now I will say it's not going to store as well as the corn that's been sprayed. So that's the reason they spray it, is so it'll keep, and it seals it, and it looks better, and it'll keep for longer, and it doesn't. That acid on the outside keeps molds and stuff from building up. So it's for storage. It's probably better to have that on it, and then just rinse it and scrub it. I mean, you can get your corn inside a barrel and dump it in the barrel and use your drill and stir it up real good, and kind of rinse that off, and then just pour off all your liquid, and then you know that's why it's nice to have a grinder that can handle wet as well. But it's not going to hurt it for it to get wet right before you get ready to mash it in and you gelatinize it. That's not going to hurt it. Now, if you took cracked corn and did the same, yeah, it's probably not. I like striking it with hot temperature. So, but I'd say it doesn't show. I'm going to say view full specification because I want to. I'm sure it does, but it's not saying it. But I'm sure show full specs. Here we go. It's not saying it, but I'm sure it does. Me. Propionic. Propionic. Yeah. Now here it says moisture content will be a maximum of 15, 16 or more, and you definitely run the risk of mold. Better if it's less than 15. Um, some plants add soy oil to keep the dust down, and or a mold inhibitor to this product, but it would be shown on the ingredients listing on the label. So always just look at your labels. And if they were using a mold inhibitor, the tag would list propionic acid preservative. So it's basically preventing mold from building up on that outer shell, which is a good thing if you're going to store it. If you're going to use it fresh, get it from a farmer. But if you're going to store it, it's probably best to get it from one of these, um, or just store it in a mash. Store it as it ferments. Ferment it because it'll keep as it ferments like that. No, but Cave Daddy, I tell you, buddy, some of them will go crazy if you post flavor or add a little sugar to your mash. You've created the 11th sin, the 11th commandment: thou shalt not use sugar in your mash. Right now, God said that, right? Crazy, man, but people get all torn up if you post flavor or add sugar, man. They get all uppity and all mad about it and shit too, man. They stomp and start finger shaking. Okay, damn, they crazy than I ever was. Now I have to say I was one of those purists at one point in time, and it was a long time ago. But yeah, but not about sugar, but about post flavoring. But I mean, I always use sugar. That's shit. We couldn't get no damn malt where I grew up. You can malt your own if you wanted to cook corn for 12 hours, 14 hours, but you wasn't getting no conversion, and you're going to use sugar anyway. So, you know, That's the way I do it. Absolutely. And I'm going to, because my inline, I've got an inline infuser and it doesn't hold enough volume, is the biggest problem with it. It just doesn't hold the volume I need, and dumping, and it's everything I do is work in progress. It's all an experiment, and I keep changing and doing things. That's why my setup today, and I reiterated several times, it started out simple and it's looks like a oil refinery now. I've got so much shit on it, but yeah, I'm definitely going to make some, and I'm and in the near future, this summer. In fact, I'm definitely going to make some a few copper inline infusers that'll be all joined with a bypass for sure. Definitely, definitely in the works. I got a big old 3x10 or a 3x10, I think, sheet in there. I'm going to make me a probably a 30-gallon copper steel, maybe a 40, and what I have left over is definitely going to make those. I'm not going to make a copper big huge copper thumper or a big huge you know worm flake with copper, which is I'll use that copper for something. I'll use a plastic barrel for my worm. I don't. It doesn't need to be copper. It's pretty though. I love to see a big copper steel and a big copper thumper and a big copper, worm and flake stand. It's just pretty. All matching. I mean, it's beautiful. But practicality wise and money wise, I'm too damn cheap for that. I'll use a plastic for my flake, and I'll have um, smaller thumper infuser type rigs. I'll have 3 in line. Yep. Because for me, I've got an 18.5-gallon steel and then a 15-gallon keg steels. Then I got a 7.5 keg steel, small keg, short keg, and thumper I can use for both. And then I've got 80-gallon. Yeah, so I have anything in between. I don't run the 80s anymore, but um, I need something a little bit more than the 15, the 18.5 that I can run 15 in. So I'm gonna have something, and just something to craft and do. I may end up selling it after I use it a while. Who knows? But it's something I've never done. I've never made my own steel, and I bought that sheet of copper with that intention. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, yeah. Actually, peanut butter and powdered. They say the powdered peanut butter works a lot better, um, but they say it can get bitter. So it's something that you definitely want to experiment with. But yeah, what's his name? Nick Kalo. He does a lot of stuff with peanut butter, and there's been a lot of others that have incorporated. And there, a lot of people say, "Oh, I was doing peanut butter long before Nick Kalo," and I'm sure there were a lot of people that did. But he kind of made it popular with when he did it on Master the Distiller, and a lot of people, I've tasted it. It's good. I got some I was going to run with that banana rum I was talking about earlier that was real grungy because I think it'd go well with peanut butter too. And I end up using the root beer instead. But I've got some powdered peanut butter with that in mind, and I may still do it. Oh, it's not the lag, brother. It's me. I'm way behind. It's 10:32 when you said that, and it's 11:24 right now. And I can't believe I'm still going. We need to probably cut her off, but I got to try to get caught up. I don't want to miss any important questions, so I'm going to look at them. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with reducing down. You build pressure when you do, but there's nothing wrong with building pressure at a certain stage. And right before you go into that worm, increasing the velocity is fine. That's why a lot of Lin arms taper down, is to do just that, get some vapor velocity to push it through that worm quicker. Yeah, 2-inch copper is real expensive. Yeah, you can get some stainless or step it down. Yeah, it gets crazy. Yeah, when you go with that big stuff like some of these commercial guys do, yeah, that's why it's easy to get in the tens of thousands of dollars and the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then when you see some of these 32-inch copper, you know, columns that are 40 feet tall, that's millions of bucks, man. They got a lot of money tied up in a lot of those, fractional distillation columns. Yeah, once you go propane, you have to you have to change your name, man. You got that right, brother. That's a very wise thing. Patience. And most people don't have it. Everybody's looking for a way to rush things and get things done quicker and faster. And sometimes it just sacrifices a lot when you do. Oh my goodness, you've cracked your hip. I think you mentioned that. I think last Wednesday. I hope it's not. I hope those X-rays come back better and you're okay. But if not, I hope you're getting. Hope you're getting. It's possible. I hope you're getting better, Tammy. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I think the ATF wouldn't want to get banned, so they probably wouldn't run their mouth and create problems like that. But it's just some troll. It's probably something like with that other person that we had to take care of too. That both of them just happened in the night at the same time. This same clown though did the same thing 4 or 5 months ago, and I think that's just his little gig to come in and troll people and do that, and maybe he's from another show. That's always a good possibility, or from another group like the Outcasts that just wants to say shit that's just not true. I never got involved in any of that drama. Not interested in it. Never said nothing about his wife. Don't care. I wouldn't do that. Period. Anyway, that's not my bag. I don't care enough to. It's a mind over matter thing. I don't mind, and he don't matter. So I don't waste any thoughts to it. Other than I don't like thought of it even being brought up in here. I just put it behind us and move on because that's just a bunch of drama, and we don't need that here. We have a good time just getting drunk and chatting. Yeah, yeah, that's funny. I need AI, man. I got Clint. I don't need it. Well, I mean, there's Amanda's and Wayne's. When they get on, that's good stuff, man. That when they got on with Woody a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks back, yeah, I really love that stuff, and that's good facts. It's good knowledge, and a lot of the history they talk about on that shows a lot of good knowledge and stuff. So I love that. But aside from a few, I know Cyrus is good, and there's a few that are good. George is, good, uh, and Jesse Still he's good. But aside from those, and those are more, they don't deal with people on a personal level. It's just they put out a video and you watch it, and that's it, right? This is one on one. This is what I wanted. It'd be easy for me to do the same. I could just create videos every day and show me running something, doing something, and talk forever, and smile and do all that. But I don't. That's not my bag. I want to teach. I like the one on one, and I want people to be able to ask questions and get answers. And that's something that nobody else is doing. That's why we're doing it. It's why I've always wanted to do it. So I'm getting to do what I wanted to do, and I sure appreciate Clint's help. Yeah, he helps out a lot because I can't keep up. Yeah, it's a lot and experience. Just spending time, Mark. It's it's everything. Experience is everything. We can teach you the basics, we can teach you to walk, but when you start running, it'll be on your own, and you'll learn as you go, and apply what we talk about, and you come back to us with your successes and failures, and we can figure out why, and work it through. That's why we're not just here for beginners getting you walking. We can, when you stumble, we can be there to help, figure out what went wrong in the intermediate and advanced levels as well. But yeah, we've actually had a few people that watch and listen to the show, probably maybe not live, and sometimes they don't chime in, but we've had a few chime in and thank us, and they opened up distilleries, and we help them, and they've listened to a lot of things we say. Now, I'm sure they've, you know, applied what they've learned from us, and applied a lot of experience, and they're having a great time. The distilleries are doing great, and I'm not saying we taught them everything we know, but they've learned from us, and brought some of their mistakes here, and I love the thought of that, man. I dig it, man. I'm so happy. About to get caught up though. I'm past 11. I'm 11:30. I haven't gotten to the point where Clint said he's leaving yet, so I don't know. He's probably nodding off. Yeah, I'd say there are certain areas where it's expensive, Chris. That's in some areas that taxes. It's all a lot of taxes, and if they don't grow it there, it's getting it there, and 8ish. That's a good price. But I'm definitely going to go Rural King. $8. That sounds good. Eight or $9. I'll have to go check it out for sure. But I need to get some. I got to get grinding soon. Who, Osiris? Yeah, I didn't get to go to Fort Smith. I went to the Clinton, Arkansas festival. Yeah, 2 years running now, and that's a good one too. They have it around October 31st. Into October is about the time they had theirs. Actually, this past year we went to town when they. It's a small town. It reminds me of where I grew up a lot. A lot. The people there remind me of Eastern Kentucky folks, and the town Clinton reminded me of where I grew up a lot, and it was great to go there and spend Halloween. They had a big, huge Halloween festival downtown. I really liked the fact that instead of going door to door these day and time, not quite so safe. So they had the festivals downtown. All the kids came dressed up, and a lot of adults were dressed up. And I, of course, was dressed as old moonshiner in my overalls. So that was my Halloween costume, right? But yeah, it was a good time. Will do, brother. Yeah, if you don't have, it's $1 more a bag. If you don't have a grinder, cracked corn's fine. I mean, I've used a lot of cracked corn. The thing about cracked corn is it doesn't have the propionic acid, of course, because it's not a kernel that can be sprayed and kept fresh. So you really need to use it, and when you get it fresh and use it. It doesn't store well, it doesn't keep well, but if you can use it when you get it and it's fresh, it's good as anything. Now a lot of people prefer a finer grind. A lot of old shiners don't. I used to not like a finer grind because it was a hell of a lot. It was time, and time's money. So if you're waiting for things to settle out and clear, it's a lot more difficult than physical separation of cracked corn and then letting it clear and and running that, then having to deal with all the fines and worrying about sediments and settling and all that. All right, Chris. Good seeing you, brother. I see you're about to log out on me. I'm scrolling through here. Whole Colonel 750 in Richmond, Tri County. Cool, cool. And some of those may not have the propionic acid on it. So, is this more of a farmer type bagged up, or is it still? I have to read the labels. I appreciate that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to put it down because I want to go down to Bucky's anyway, and that's about the same area. So I'll just swing by over there. Let me get a different sheet to write that on. I am Captain Notes, man. I keep notes of everything. Yeah, this would be a good place to put it. Tri County. Now, is that cracked, Jeff? A whole kernel? Yeah, let's do this little shot before we close down for the night. It's beyond 11:30. We got to shut her down. Yeah, this is about 110. I got some 140 sitting there. Old West, he's trying to kill me. Old West likes that high proof stuff too. $16.49. That's a bit up there. But again, it's probably in an area where they don't grow a lot of corn and have to ship it and high tax. Now I can see where it probably killed the wild yeast. I just worry about it, what it would do to the other, to the good yeast. I've not experimented with it, but I've never rinsed it off, and I've been using it before. I credit Roy and Sean Peterman, Roy Crothers, both of them very knowledgeable guys in grains. Both, and we were talking about it, and they were talking about how it's best to get your corn from a farmer if you can, because and get it fresh, keep it dry, and use it as soon as you can, because it doesn't store as well, but you got that propionic acid on there, and it created some issues and different flavors, and stress the yeast maybe, and might not kill them. It might give them some stress and create some off flavors and stuff. So it's a very interesting conversation. And those two guys, they're knowledgeable too, Shiners and Distillers. That's right. Thou shalt not. And thou shalt not post flavor. It is. Well, in the past it was great, and it's great for somebody that doesn't have a welder and can TIG weld and do all that. It's great for somebody who just wants to solder, go buy them some MAP gas or propane and solder them up steel and make it and bang it out at home, and it might not be pretty, but it'll work. That's what moonshine has always been about, and so it was great for that. It heats evenly, it removes sulfites, but that's about the end of its benefit. It's other than being easy to form, um, bonding with sulfites and being heat evenly. That's about the end of its benefit, and we can now use the copper mesh, so to remove the sulfites. So other than heating evenly, not as much benefit anymore. So, and it's expensive, but it is easy to work with. So if you want to make your own, that's still one of the best ways to do it. Am I still that far behind? Yeah, malt was tough. You couldn't get malt in Eastern Kentucky. Back in the mountains of Appalachia, you had to make your own malt, and we malted corn. You didn't know barley. I still can't find fucking barley. I've got the internet, and I still can't find a local grower of barley and shit. I had to get it off Amazon or somewhere. But wheat, I can find that, and I can malt the wheat, which is great, and it converts really well. So, but yeah, it's a waste. I agree, Mark. It's a waste on that flake for sure. Galvanized steel on your flake, I hope. I hope you're not talking about galvanized steel, moonshine steel. No, you're talking about your flake for your worm. Galvanized, got to be real careful with it. The galvanization process might contain some heavy metals. I'm gonna have to Google what it might have. So I think it contains heavy metals, including lead. Yes, it does. Zinc coating. While modern has significantly reduced lead, older materials pre-70s has high amounts. And that's what I was dealing with in my old home is old galvanized pipes and stuff, and those are definitely back in the day. So the newer stuff may be zinc and not as problematic. But I still worry about some of the other metals and the galvanized and stainless. It's just so easy and so cheap to get stainless, but I guess it may not be quite what it used to be. The galvanized used to be definitely a big no. Drainage for drain pipe is fine, but a lot of those old houses had some galvanized supply lines, and those weren't good. It They leak. Other than that, they're great, and in fact, some of the old kind used to be whiskey barrels, and as long as you use them and use them every day and continue to use them and use them continuously, Elvin, they're just fine. They work fine because if you keep that wood swollen and sealed, as long as it stays wet, it stays sealed. But when you let them sit for a week or two and they dry out, then all of a sudden, they start creating gaps, and then you have the problem. A lot of people for like your worm, if you want to coat the inside with epoxy, and it's going to take a lot of that epoxy to do it. It just has to sit and dry, and you can turn it and make sure it gets plenty in there. It gets expensive, but if you like that look of that barrel, which looks cool as shit, um, for a flake, now for your worm, you can use the epoxy. Now for a thumper, no, because that's going to come in contact with the vapor. But yeah, in the old times, I mean, they used to use just logs. They'd hollow out a log and cap it and use it. Yeah, they made actually stills like that back in the day, and they'd feed them with steam. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways done. But these day and time, there's plenty of stainless, and that works just well, just real fine. And copper, you can solder, make now with ferrules makes it so modular and easy. It's just it's like Lincoln logs. You can like Legos or whatever. You can just make them all fit together, and it's definitely improved the configurations for me and being able to experiment. It's tremendous. I really love it. Strawberry banana is awesome. Now strawberries can come across pretty hot sometimes, and the reason being there's surprisingly low sugar in a strawberry. I was amazed at how little sugar there is in a strawberry. My computer's so slow. I've got to fix it because I game on it, man. It's getting me killed. Look here, it's just barely better than a freaking lemon, man. You would have never guessed that if I told, well, it's twice as much lemon, but but less than a grapefruit. Now, if I'd have told you there's less sugar in a strawberry than a grapefruit, you'd have said, "No, man, you're tripping." It is, man. It's not. And once you use strawberries a lot, you'll be like, "Well, damn, I have to keep adding more sugar to get the gravity up." And I mean, I started out with wine, making wine, and it ended up as a strawberry champagne, and it's damn good. Good strawberry flavor, very dry, very strong, but there's surprising little sugar in them. So when you make stuff with it and you use your hydrometer, you tend to add a lot more sugar than you normally would, and that makes it. I think that's what makes it hotter. But I think if you combine that with something that is very sweet, maybe like a strawberry mango or strawberry pineapple that has enough natural sugars to where you didn't have to use sugar, that's going to make it hot. I think it. I think that tames it down a little bit and makes a good combo as a result. No nuts. Hey man, you know I put my nuts in everything, man. The old Santa dips them nut. I put walnuts. I like using walnuts and some stuff. And some people it's not for them. Yeah. Now wax on the outside works well. Yeah, actually on the show, uh, they were in a group and they were asking opinions on how to. They were actually doing a historical thing on a an old wood and steel and stuff, and they were talking about how an old timer would have done it. And I was telling them about beeswax and how they in the old days they'd use beeswax to help try to sell some of those or seal some of those wood barrels. And I think that's what they end up using on the show. Night, Brian. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Charcoal. That make sure you don't use like charcoal out of the bag like you're grilling charcoal, but making your own, getting some a perfectly good way to do it. Getting some of these barrel staves. You can get them pretty cheap. You can buy these barrels that are cut up, and you can get them really. I mean, I can get like regular barrels that I could use for whiskey. It might have a little whiskey left in them for like 45, $50 a piece, and that's 53-gallon barrels. So if you buy them that's been broken down, they're even cheaper. Sometimes people sell it for like $1 a stave for a big, huge stave, and those you can char them and make your own. A lot of commercial charcoal that like charcoal for filtering is made from the husk of a coconut, and that's how most of your commercial, like in fish tanks and all that, the charcoal that they use to filter and clean are source. There's nothing wrong with that, at all. But it's not going to give it a lot of character and flavor like a good oak, a white oak uh, charcoal would. So you can make your own pretty easily. Just have your little fire in the fireplace, man, and make it with staves and clean it out beforehand. And then you can take all that charcoal and clean it up and rinse it and clean it good and keep your coals and crack them up and use those. A lot of times in commercial distilling, you'll see when they empty those barrels, um, they'll do it over a bed of charcoal, of white oak charcoal. They'll have it like in just a little metal grating. It'll splash through that, and it'll pick up any fine sediments and everything else, and it'll give it that last little bit of touch of flavor. Yeah, I've got some 15s. I got two 15s I got to fill this year, Elvin. That's one's going to go brandy, one's going to be whiskey, and then I've got a couple of the I got a bad mo barrel, and then I got one that West made. So a sand mow and a bad mow. I got to put something in as well. So I got to do a little barreling this year. But once I get those 15s filled up, I'm eventually I plan to do a 53. And once I do that, I may never run liquor again. I don't know. I may just fill that some bitch up and just sip on that until I get buried in one. Hell, who knows? Might get just buried in a barrel. Awful cheap, wouldn't it? Don't quote me on that. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be buried in a barrel now. And there's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that. I just personally don't do it. Um, but there's nothing wrong with doing that and rerunning them. It's called all feints. It's their feints, FEINTS, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Um, but you just have to remove them again. So with the heads, there is some alcohol there. If it were a matter of a commercial end, I would probably do it just because it's money. But for me, to the time and trouble and everything, I just don't, because it's just I have to remove it again. But there's nothing wrong with doing it. I just don't want to go to the trouble of having to remove them again. Yeah, Clint's he's got a second wind. All right, good deal. Hell, we are about midnight. Shit. Yeah, Cyrus was a great guy, man. I've got to meet him sometime. I watched some of his stuff and knowledgeable. I love that the living off the grid stuff and a lot of the other stuff as well that he does. Yeah, definitely good people. I look forward to meeting him someday and sitting and drinking and talking. Maybe we can get him on the show sometime. Well, wait a minute. That's a typo, ain't it? Tell me that. 1,500 pounds of eggs. Tell me that's a typo. He will, man. He'll have to be. He'll have to be electric light shine or something. ELS. All right, brother. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, bro. Good to see you. I'll get up with you tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to the track. I'm going to Keeneland. I'm going to bet the ponies. Me and an old buddy of mine, we're going to go out there. They got a little tournament thing you can get involved in, and you pay $10 and put in all your entries for like 7 different races, and whoever does the best at the end of those races wins. And they got some pretty good prizes. So that'll be fun. But I usually do pretty good at the track. Do better at the casinos, but I've 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 won at both. I've won more money than I've lost at the casino and at the track, and that's something a lot of people can't say. So don't even have to crack them open. What kind of heresy wizardry are you talking about? You got me googling this shit. Now. I ain't never heard of no egg. I know it has starches though. So there's a little. There ain't much sugar in them. Low carb. Zero fiber. Protein, fats, nutrients. All right, come on now. What are we talking here? Let me see. Starches. Eggs, no starch. So what the hell? What are we fermenting here? What are we talking? Y'all mess trolling me. Y'all mess with my head. This is something I've not heard about. This is what kind of tomfoolery we got going on here. That's good, man. That's good, and it's probably good fresh corn from the that doesn't have this acid on it. Well, it's more for storage, not necessarily for the short haul, but just storage wise, trying to keeping it dry because it wants to absorb moisture out of the air. So you'd have to keep it pretty airtight and in a controlled environment. And yep, I'll check them out for sure. Tri County. Well, we're glad you came. And definitely we'll be here on Tuesdays and Saturdays. So come hang out with us. Bring a jar or a bottle and have a few sippy sips with us, and we'll talk about it. And yeah, before you know it, you'll be making how many pounds for $6.99? I never looked at the sugar. That's crazy. I've been there. I don't know how many times. I never really paid much attention to it. Did you say Rural King or Tractor Supply? Rural King. Okay. Yeah, I've been there. I don't know how many times. I've never checked out the sugar. 10 pounds for that's about right. That's 70 cents a pound. That's good. You can find it cheaper at some places, but that's about my go-to price, 70 cents a pound. For now, I will say you can get beet sugar a little cheaper at some places, but for pure cane sugar, that's about the right price. I didn't know they had that, but we're gonna see. Make sure I'm gonna click on it, see if this is a beet sugar or natural granulated. Doesn't say cane, and usually if it's cane, locally grown, locally owned, fine granulated, Pioneer. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't say where it's sourced from, so I'd have to do a little research on that before I bought it. I like the cane sugar. All right, now it's 12. I did see something about. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to use any galvanized. It'd be okay for like your worm to hold the water in your worm or something like that. I wouldn't use it to ferment in, and I wouldn't use it to distill in. It's I know in the past it's had lead, and I can't imagine it being good at this point in time. And copper and lead, copper and stainless are cheaper to get. Um, I wouldn't, like I said though, if it were the even aluminum. I'd use aluminum before I would galvanized. But for like if it's just for like your worm or something, that'd be fine, because it's not coming into contact with anything you drink. For the worm, okay, yeah, yeah, good deal, yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people use it for, those old galvanized tubs for uh, their recirculation water as well, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah. No, it's 10 pound bag, Clint. It's 10 pound. I checked too. I was like, damn, 50 pounds. Shit. I'll buy a truck just so I can get more of that. Yeah, beer kegs are awesome steels, man. They're sturdy, man. They last forever. Get you a good 4 inch port welded in the top or six, so you can get in there and scrub it out, clean it. That's my I always ran a steel keg when I was younger, and or a beer keg for a steel when I was younger. And my biggest issue was keeping it clean, having to take the car wash because I didn't have a pressure washer, and keeping it sprayed out and keeping it clean. And back then I'm sure there were ferrules and that technology, but it just wasn't common. And people weren't welding them to beer kegs and selling them. But yeah, it's they make very sturdy. They're great for especially on propane or putting a ferrule in the side and running them on electric now. Yeah, they're great. And you take all that shit off of it and let it sit in the corner, and somebody sees it. Oh, there's no beer keg sitting over here. You can't do that with copper steel. They know what it is when they see it. Yeah, I got a mini keg thumper. Well, that's why probably why somebody's asking about storing it in stainless, because it's easy to get a good size, 30-gallon stainless pot that, little Cajun cookers or something. So, get one of those and start storing it in that. Or I guess you could get like 15s and start storing it in 15s. And then once you get 4 15s or five, then you'd be able to transfer it over to a big barrel, and just use your 15s to kind of temporarily hold it and get the start of an aging process. That'd be a good idea too, Evan. Yeah, is that all? Damn, that is a gallon a week for a year, ain't it? Shit, man. Gonna need more than one. Yeah, man. How you gonna get the sulfites out of those, man? You definitely gonna have to run that in some copper eggs. Y'all tripping me. Y'all messing with me. Yeah, I have heard of using milk. Yeah, definitely milk. I knew they was messing with me. Eggs. I was like, what the hell? I don't know, man. I've seen it all, so I'll have to read up on it before I call somebody out on it. But I was like, it's eggs. I've always thought they were starchy though, and they ain't even starchy. He's not bought. He's just fucking with my head. He's yanking my chain, trying to get me all going here, laughing his ass off. I know. It's cool. Yeah, it's all fun. Pine cone sugar. Hey, they at Dollar Tree or one of these places, Dollar Tree or Dollar General or one of these dollar stores had that Morena sugar cheap, and it was like $1.25 for a 4 pound bag. Man, I was buying every bit of that shit, and I was going to every one of them in town and getting everything they had. And I guess they caught on because all of a sudden now they don't even have it anymore. So I guess
they're selling it differently. I know they were buying it pretty cheap somewhere, and they were selling those 4 pound bags for $1.25, and I was loading up on them, man. Quit buying all those. We don't have room, and I mean, I had stacks of that shit, but now they don't. And I'm like, yeah, let me know when you get another case in. I'll buy the whole case. They're like, hmm. So I don't know. Maybe they found another outlet for those and selling it, make a little more money on it. They don't have them anymore. That's good. I'll have to check them out. Just say if you can get it cheaper than 70 cents, unless you're buying hundreds of pounds, that's a good deal. Yeah, he can't quit till we do. It's after 12 though. We do got to call it quits. So we'll call her one last shot for the evening. It almost feels like Saturday. I gotta get up early and take Roger to the airport. I gotta be up at 5, taking him to the airport, and then I got to spend the rest of the day at the track tomorrow. So we're definitely going to have to cut her short, or cut it down. Not short, definitely. Wood versus time. There is a difference. Maturation and oaking, two different things. But they can both take place in the same barrel. That's the thing. They both. Love you too, brother. Good seeing everybody. I would think so too, but it said they didn't have a whole lot of starches. So I thought maybe, egg amylase for eggs. I don't know. They had me going. But yeah, you can use amylase for your bananas to get a little more out of them for sure. All right, everybody, we're gonna get off here. I think he fell asleep. No, he said wood versus time. So thanks for tuning in. I do apologize again for missing Saturday. I just wasn't up to it. I hated it, but there's no way I could have done it, man. And but everybody, thanks for tuning in. We will see you again this Saturday at 8 Eastern. Until then, everybody shine on. Have a great week. And we'll see you Saturday. Peace out.